Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you everyone for being here in my hometown. I've been here since my parents moved when I was 6 months old. And I've been able to serve as an elected official in this city for many years. But I would like to introduce the mayor of Livonia, who was kind enough to come down here in the middle of a meeting she's having upstairs. And so I'd like to introduce Mayor Maureen Miller Brosnan, the first female mayor in Livonia, and who's doing an awesome job. So thank you for coming down, Mayor.
Thanks, Commissioner Marecki, and good morning and welcome to all of you to the city of Livonia today. I do have to say,
I love the fact that we have both Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Marecki, who both collectively represent all of Livonia, serving on the Ways and Means Committee. I do think that gives me and my community a bit of an edge, wouldn't you think? But let me tell you how important the work is that you are embarking on and that you've already undertaken. Last year, right around this time, actually, you were in the throes of discussing what was going to happen with a lot of the money that was coming through the American Rescue Plan. And excuse me, trying to figure out how to distribute that money to the municipalities that you all represent. Well, at one point in time, you all decided that $8 million worth of those funds was going to come to Livonia. And I'm really excited to let you know what's happening with those funds. As you head east on 5 Mile Road, you'll notice that our rec center is surrounded by a taped off area with fencing and, black wrapping all around, because behind that wrapping, we are beginning to build a Livonia Senior Wellness Center as a result of that $8 million. But it doesn't stop there. As soon as that Senior Wellness Center is built, it allows us to take down the current wellness center at the corner of 5 Mile and Farmington on this city campus that you're sitting on. Along with that, we have an old vacated courthouse that will be coming down. We have a little restaurant on the corner we own, as well as a small office building. So as you travel out of this space, take a look. And about 2 years from now, all of those buildings are going to be down. All of that space is going to be cleared out. And in 2026, this building is going to come down. And this building is going to be relocated further east on the campus. And what it will do, and the police station is going to be taken down and moved further east on the campus, clearing out 27 acres of property to build in Livonia, the downtown that Livonia has never had. An economic driver for Wayne County. We have found in the city that one of the things that people most wanted in a survey that we did in a major study that we embarked on back in 2017 was to have a central gathering area, someplace that Livonia residents who have an immense attachment to their neighborhoods could call home, that would be home base in the 36 square mile city that we live in. We would not have had the opportunity to build that economic driver had it not been for this commission, for your belief in a huge dream of revitalization for our community that began with our ability to relocate our senior center from this campus further east over next to the rec center. So I'm here today to not only welcome you, but to thank you for being as visionary as our residents were and for believing as much as our residents did in the future opportunities that we have here in Livonia. Now, the beautiful thing about this is that you all recognize that Livonia isn't the only city in Wayne County that has those opportunities. And as a result, you did a fantastic job of distributing that American Rescue Plan money so that other cities along with Livonia could thrive and grow and reach their fullest potential. I really applaud the work that you have all done, that the county has done. We have seen immense growth and improvement in our region, and a lot of that goes to the leadership that you all bring to the enormous amount of decisions that you have to make. So I want to thank you for being here today in the city of Livonia. I hope this environment provides the backdrop to make some more incredible decisions in terms of how money is being managed in the county, but I do trust its management in your hands. So thank you ever so much for your time today.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to tell the commissioners too, these mics are usually on all the time, so they've disabled them, so you're going to have to hit the button while you talk. Okay, just so you know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk. Next item, item C, approve the minutes from the August 29th, 2024 meeting.
Move approval. Support.
It's been moved and supported. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed, this action stands approved. Next item, Madam Clerk.
We're moving to item D, unfinished business, requesting commission approval of the recommended comprehensive executive budget appropriations ordinance for fiscal year 2025 and the projected budget for fiscal year 2025-2026.
Motion to pass for the day.
So moved.
Okay, at this time, we will, Madam Clerk, did you introduce the first hearing?
We have a motion for public hearing.
Okay, is there support? Move support of,
A motion for public hearing.
yes, been moved and supported, to go into, to commence the public hearing. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, the public hearing is now in session. Okay, at this time, I would like to ask anyone present if they're interested in making comment or having comments before this committee. Anyone present who would like to speak at this public hearing at this time? Is there anyone by Zoom? Madam Clerk, have you received any communications or any indication that anyone wants to address this committee?
There are no participants on Zoom wanting to speak.
At this time, motion to close public hearing.
So moved. Support.
It's been moved and support to close public hearing. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, public hearing is now closed. Next item.
Next, we'll have presentation by the Third Judicial Circuit of Michigan.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
So we have received the recommendation from the CEO, Warren Evans, as relates to his recommendation for the Third Circuit Court for the upcoming fiscal year. In your opinion, does this represent the necessary resources for your branch to operate in the upcoming year?
Well, I'd only have to say that it is a process, and we have been so grateful for your support in the past, and we'll need it today. So if I could just go into my presentation, I will tell you with a little bit more detail where we're at on that.
You can.
All right. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Patricia Perez-Frazard, and I am the chief of the Wayne County Third Circuit Court. As you well know, our court, the Wayne County Circuit Court, and your court, is the largest and busiest by far in this state. And so with that, we were the most affected by COVID and by the workforce shortage and all of that. And I'd like to have the opportunity today to go over a little bit of that. But before I do, if I could please have my colleagues here introduce themselves. I was going to name them off, but I want you to see the faces with the names. And so for that reason, I'd like them to introduce themselves. Everybody who's here with me today has been enormously important in what we've done in the past year, and we're very proud of what we've done. So with that.
Well, good morning. My name is Frank Hardister. I'm the Executive Court Administrator for Circuit Court. And I think I can officially say I'm no longer a newbie because I've been here a year and a half now. So I'm very thankful to be here.
Good morning. My name is Thomas Rowe. I'm the Chief Financial Officer. Following Frank, I've been here for 2.5 years.
I'm Lynn Roberts. I'm the former CFO, but I'm a project consultant assistant Third Circuit Court of Transition.
Glad to see you still here.
I'm Margaret Flanagan. I serve as General Counsel for Third Circuit, glad to be here. Wayne County retiree.
Good morning. My name is Toby Horner. I'm the Deputy Chief Financial Officer for the court.
Good morning, Violet Leonard. I'm also a former CFO and a project consultant for Third Circuit.
I'm Mike Stein.
All right, thank you. And today we are going to cover a few key areas, namely our recent fiscal year accomplishments, an update from the juvenile division, the state of our facilities, the court staffing picture, and our most pressing technology needs. And I want to let you know that near the end, we have a handout for you with some photographs and information. And so if you have questions of us, you can use these to ask the question. But again,
Okay, I'm also asking for you to make sure that the clerk that is forwarded to the clerk, so it will be part of the complete record.
Thank you. We will do that.
Thank you.
So to begin with, we want to recognize our Wayne County partners for the collective collaboration on multiple projects over this year, including our Criminal Justice Center, which opened to the public this week, yesterday. It's open, so all of you can come and see the beautiful building. That building, as you will see in the photographs, is tech forward. It is the security, the openness of the building, the ability to be user friendly and open to the public and to see where the courtrooms are, what's up every day. It is a building that has been in the works for so long, but we're so very proud of it. And we are certain that jurors and the public who come in that building are going to be very confident in our judicial system based on what they see there and how it's run by everyone who works there. This last year, the prosecutor's office, the sheriff's department, the clerk's office, and the juvenile detention team have all worked together to provide that the public with that facility that will much better serve the needs and interests of all our Wayne County residents. And we also want to highlight the ongoing collaboration that the court has experienced with the county executive, the mayor, and all the stakeholders in addressing violent crimes and criminal case backlogs due to COVID. We've worked together with Wayne County and the city to, among other accomplishments, reduce our criminal backlog by over 91% in 15 months and support the Gun Violence Task Force. And speaking of working collaboratively, our court and the county finalized the purchase of land to be used for parking at the Criminal Justice Center and an additional footprint for the court adjacent or close to the CJC. I want to mention our juvenile court because, as you well know, there's a juvenile justice reform project going on. And for instance, our baby court continues to set the standard for juvenile section. Early intervention is key, and that's a program that helps families with young children who are at risk. And Wayne County is one of just 5 counties in the whole US that has been selected for transforming juvenile probation certificate program. 12 county officials, including representatives of our court, participated in the certificate program in June in Washington, D.C. And that's another example of how our court is a very early adopter in instituting juvenile probation reform and improvements for how we treat our juveniles and our families in our county. With a child and parent legal representation grant, the juvenile court started providing attorneys to indigent parents with open juvenile court cases that need custody orders that would resolve their juvenile matter. Our family reunification was held in June, and it was a celebration held in conjunction with other organizations, including the Michigan Supreme Court, MDHHS, the Federal Federation for Children and Families, and others, and it highlighted inspiring stories of parents who've been reunited with their children. Now, this is a program that's set up by the Supreme Court and the State Court Administrator's Office, and it's been held in the past in Lansing. But I believe because of the work we've done with children and families, and because of the participation of those families and how they wanted to be telling their stories, and it was all in areas of Wayne County mainly, from the whole state, that's why this year we have a family reunification in Wayne County and from Wayne County, and definitely it was the best presentation with the most families and their stories, and we were so happy to host that. More is coming in juvenile justice reform, but again, I do want to thank you all for the support you have given us in that area. Now I want to talk a little bit about our challenges. Facilities remain a challenge even after the move of the criminal division to the new CJC. Our court, unlike almost all others, is not housed in one area or one building. We have 4 facilities, and it is a challenge for many reasons, especially considering the fact that we have 3 to 4 times more cases than any other county
in Michigan in all of our divisions: civil division, criminal division, family division, juvenile division. And the biggest challenge we have had in having 4 locations is very difficult for us to achieve the goal in this state of having one family, one court. And so for our family courts and our juvenile courts, there are 3 different buildings: Lincoln Hall of Justice, KMAC, and Penobscot Building. And so that makes it extremely difficult, and as you can imagine, less efficient as far as security and resources being used. So Lincoln Hall of Justice, like the now closed Frank Murphy Hall of Justice, is a very aging facility with severe structural issues such as water damage, outdated elevators, and more. Our lease in the Penobscot Building, which is the home of our friend of the court and other offices, has been extended by the county through June 30th of next year. Those, we believe that at some point when we can have a court structure that is in the same area, and that we will be saving resources that you provide for us, because the security, the fact that the courts need to be secure and have deputies and have all of the resources in one area is something that I think is years and years in the planning, and I think that the time for it is really crucial at this point, so that we can serve the families better, especially the families in with children, where domestic family court custody, juvenile issues are and should be handled by one court in close proximity, so that it is more convenient for them. Another challenge we've had is our staffing. Our HR team, newly headed by Nikki Wright, our new HR director, who is an attorney who has worked with the county before, you may be familiar with her, has done tremendous work this job in filling more than 100 open positions. But we still have about 137 positions to fill, and we have 59 judges. And so to fill those positions has been a challenge, because we are at a point where we are grateful that our stakeholders, such as the clerks and the sheriffs, have gotten a sizable increase in pay. However, we have not been able to meet that, and that has been very challenging to us. We see that the sheriff's department and the clerk's office have gotten increases in some of their salaries between 25 and up to even 50% raises, and that was necessary. After COVID, the people employed in the court, whether they were employed directly by us in the court or by our stakeholders, the clerks and the sheriff, we were very low in salaries. And I think that now, luckily, our stakeholders will be able to cover us better. We'll have more clerks in our courts. The sheriff's department, with the increase in salary, will be able to provide better security. As you all know, we have had to rely on a supplement of allied private security for the sheriffs when the workforce was short. And we still need to protect the public and protect all the employees in the court. But recently, we have lost some of our employees. To just one example would be our director of case processing got a raise of between at least 15,000, between 15 and 20% raise by going to the 36th district court. You would not think there would be disparate pay like that within the county, but there is, and we've struggled with that. And in January, we did talk to the county executive. They've been great partners in working with us, but they have tasked us with a market analysis that we're in the process of completing. And when we complete that, I hope that you'll hear about it. And I expect that, as in the past, you know, will be supportive of the needs of the court so we can make progress in that direction. So again, the adverse impact of COVID in our staffing remains, and we hope that with the clerks and the sheriff's deputies increases, that our increases will also be meeting their levels as they go up and we go up and cover our court. On technology, we're planning some capital expenditures that include technological enhancements, vehicle replacements, building maintenance, and upgrades that fit our spending limits at this time. We're improving court recording systems by upgrading court systems court-wide with new technology in our civil divisions, in our family and juvenile, and for all of our judges and all of our referees. As part of that build-up, our new court recording units have been installed in the new Criminal Justice Center. And again, at this time, we are going to pass out for you our budget presentation that's illustrated and highlights some of our concerns and issues for our court. But we want you to know in closing that this team, with its 59 working judges and many new administrators, but again, an increase in about 100 people in the last, employees in the last year, has done tremendous work. The expected time period for handling the criminal backlog was supposed to be about 4 years. We've done it in 15 months. So I want you to know that your judges in those courts are extremely hardworking. Our administrators are amazing leaders and very adept at what they do, and that we have been meeting and exceeding our goals. But again, with your support, we feel that we can move into the future with the best court in the state for our residents in this county. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, and as always, you is fully packed and you come prepared to address present a lot of the accomplishments and some of the issues that you're looking forward to addressing in the upcoming year. I can definitely say when I became a commissioner, I was approached by the former Chief Judge Kenny and Judge Prentice Edwards about the challenges at the court, and then when the transition, when you became leadership, you kept it right in our faces. And it's great to hear when you see progress, and the administration has from day one, when this was brought to our attention, worked with you all in trying to address some of those concerns. One of the concerns that you mentioned that was, I guess, mentioned when I brought to my attention when I first became commissioner was the one family, one court commitment. And I know that the administration, as well as this commission, had took action to, I think there was an RFP or something that went out as it relates to beginning to look into this. So what's the status as it relates to that part right there?
I can speak. So Frank Harster, Executive Court Administrator. My understanding of where that process is, there's actually a meeting soon, if not this week, maybe next week, where they're reviewing the proposals that have been submitted for what they're calling C3, which is the new criminal justice complex for the civil, domestic, and family divisions of our courthouse. But the bids have been submitted, but the date to review those bids, like I said, is forthcoming.
So I'm anxious to see that, and I'll follow back up with the administration as it relates to that. So thank you for that update. Also, one issue that was a very tense issue that we had to deal with that was brought to our attention was the security issue. Allied security. We went back and forth as it relates to the security needs of the court and the public. What's the status of that, and your understanding of how things are progressing and making sure that we have enough officers, sworn officers, to resume those roles?
Well, Allied has been mainly covering other than the criminal justice center, because we have 2 deputies in every felony courtroom, and that's required and necessary. And to alleviate the shortage, we have Allied coming into the Culminate Young building and covering all the civil courtrooms, and it's been extremely important for us because at some point we could not open the courtrooms because all the deputies, had to be prioritizing the jail and the criminal court buildings. And so some of our courtrooms were locked and closed, and the public, and that is not best service to the public. So now that we have Allied has been partially in the Lincoln Hall of Justice, but deputies also there. And almost exclusively we have Allied except for a few supervisors in KMAC, so that all of our civil and domestic courtrooms can be open every single day. They can be open to the public. The clerks and the employees and the judges who are working there don't have to be locked in their courtrooms. So thus far, it's worked out very well. I think that the sheriff's deputies have assisted Jan Hiller, our director of security, in the training, ongoing training. And so that's where we have it. The contract, I don't know the exact date the contract's over. I think next May. Is that it?
Yeah,
And we are hoping, and I guess you'll be addressing this with the sheriffs, that the training and the work and the increase in workforce there is such that the sheriff's department can fully cover our courts by the time that the contract is over.
Thank you. You're correct. We'll follow up with the sheriff's department, but I appreciate how you work with the commission and work with the administration and moving that along. So thank you again. At this time, I'll ask commissioners if you have any questions. Start with Commissioner Baker McCormick and then Commissioner Anderson.
Oh, hold it. Okay, just the whole time. Okay. Good morning. Thank you so much for all that you do. Wayne County Commissioner Monique Baker McCormick. I represent Retford Township, right next door, and Northwest Detroit. Question about the contractual security that we had. I know we had a lot of discussion around that, and probate court, which is interesting, how they're going towards using technology and video for all of or most of their proceedings. I'm wondering in the future, is that something that you are looking at? And that's a possibility, I think, in reducing the number of sheriffs and security that might be needed. Not sure if you've considered that at all.
Actually, it's a very good question. And not only have we considered it, but from the time that COVID closed us down, we were immediately using technology, remote hearings, the ability to have Zoom and YouTube, and so that the courtrooms could be opened to the public, but making the best and most use of technology. But what we have found is that as COVID is over, the resources that we have to be used in a way that best serves all of our community. So we had early on a lot of complaints from the public that, as you know, not everyone at home in the community has that kind of technology to be able to file papers themselves. They need help. So in KMAC, for instance, this year, we've served, I think it's 7,800 and more people in person, and over 5,000, almost 6,000 people in the self-help center alone. So people come to our courthouses, come knocking on the doors, and they want to see people. They want to see the courts and the judges, and they want help. So although for instance, in civil courtrooms and in domestic, where sometimes it's inconvenient for people to park and be downtown and they want to be remote and can be remote, we want to offer all services in every way that we can. We think that it's important to open courtroom doors and that the courts are there to be open to the public. So our goal is to have the technology available to when both sides stipulate that that's how they want to have their hearings. But we also want to be able to help people who come in or don't have the ability or technology to file or to do the work themselves. We have a lot of pro se litigants in Wayne County, and we want to serve everybody.
Thank you for that. And that is important, I think, to provide a choice for constituents, especially if they are pro se litigants. And I know that was important to me when I was using the court. The other question I had was the decline to respond to the question of positions and salaries. Is there a reason for that?
Eileen Roberts, project consultant. Typically in the past, and we've responded to this question this way for years, it's typically non-public information that the court has, it typically has opted not to. Now, management and budget has usually, proceeded to provide that, but we've opted, not to provide that information.
You said for security or just because?
Oh, no, just in general from a historical perspective. Yes, it's not subject to FOIA through the court. But the court isn't subject to FOIA. So again, those records, the county has provided those records, but we typically, because it's not subject to FOIA through the court, then we usually don't provide them.
Okay, thank you. I just was wondering about that question. The one court, one family, one court initiative, I think it's vitally important that we all are in one location so that you can service the community and citizens. However, you just mentioned that there was a report. Can you talk a little bit more about I think you said it was a report of some kind you were working on?
Juvenile justice reform?
No, on the actual one court, one family. You just talked about that briefly, but can you talk a little bit more about what you're doing to move towards that?
Thank you so much for that. Yes. I want to let you know that we have a very experienced judge who is our new presiding judge for the time in juvenile court, and that is Sheila Gibson. She's been a judge with us for a very long time, and she is taking a hold of, for instance, some of the projects and some of the grants and making sure that they are better utilized. And she is working very closely with our new presiding judge in our domestic division, Halal Farhat. And what they're doing is they're trying to be innovative, even though we are in 3 buildings and it's been very difficult. They're, for instance, taking a judge who would normally work in juvenile. One of our judges is moving to KMAP, working a lot remotely on this project because they're trying to take the one family, one court issue. So for instance, if a family has some juvenile, some issues with a juvenile, but they also have some custody issues in the same family. And normally they would have to go to 2 different buildings and 2 different courts on their domestic issues and on their juvenile issues. And so this judge is taking some of those families and consolidating the case to be handled by one judge, and it might be handled out of the Coleman A. Young Municipal Building. But if there's some reason that the judge has to be moved to do a hearing, some kind of maybe a more criminal type of hearing in the juvenile, in Lincoln Hall, or even in the juvenile detention facility, that judge can handle it. So although it's not an easy thing to do because as you know, we have 59 judges. So unlike other courts where a judge might do family and civil or criminal and civil. Our judges have been kind of siloed into doing one thing to be more efficient. So a judge will either do civil, or they'll do criminal, or they'll do domestic family, or they'll do juvenile family. So we're trying to do what we can with what we have temporarily until we are in one complex. And our eventual goal is to have every one of the juvenile court judges, of which we have about 6 and about 15 family domestic, and have all of them cross-trained. So they're trained in both domestic and they're trained in juvenile, and they have the support they need to do that, and so that they can help families better.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome and appreciate you all being here and providing this presentation. I did want to ask, are you fully moved into the new facility right now, the CJC?
Yes, it's open since yesterday to the public, and we were only partially down 1 week last week, so it was good. It was a holiday weekend anyway, and people were judges were moving in, but they were also using the technology to do all the remote work they can. And I want to emphasize that criminal division is the one division that really has to be in person. The studies have shown across the nation that the earlier the criminal courts open, so that the word is out that your case, if you are either a victim of crime or you're charged with a crime, is going to be handled with justice, but expediently. And the courtroom doors are open and the trials are going. Those courts have a greater reduction in crime than courts who remain closed. So our criminal courts in Frank Murphy has been open since last January, open completely to the public, and it was, like I say, closed down 1 week so that they were working internally and remotely. But this week we have juries in.
Very good. Any issues that's been discovered since move-in?
Well, yeah, I can speak to that.
Hopefully minor.
I want to give quick credit to Alyssa Shannon, who's been our Will Division Deputy Court Administrator, who's really led the effort for this project from the court's perspective. But with the various moves of the move-in date, she had a pre-scheduled vacation, and so I had the honor of taking the reins as of Monday of this week, well, Tuesday of this week, so she could go on a pre-scheduled vacation. But she did a lot of great legwork along with the county officials that were involved with this project. But the long story short to your question is that anytime you move 150 people with judges and staff and all their belongings, you're going to have some bumps in the road. But we've been quickly addressing those this week. We've been working very closely with our partners in the county clerk's office. And long story short, it's a success. We are very excited to be there. We continue to address some technology hiccups, but that's to be expected with any kind of move. So for the most part, we're very happy and thankful to have our parking situation resolved. Thankful that jurors have a place to park without having to pay for parking. Those are all things that really make a huge difference in this new facility. So it's a success.
Good. That's good to hear. I think that was a priority for virtually all of us to make sure our jurors, it's tough to get jurors down sometime. It interrupts their work, their income in a lot of cases, and unless they work for one of the big three, and there's probably some other companies that made up the difference between the juror pay and what they would normally earn. But it's good to hear that things are going smoothly, and I think we all expect there will be a hiccup here or there, but I appreciate hearing that. Also, just did want to ask one other question about as far as the courts, as far as it's digitizing. Do you digitize all your cases after they've been adjudicated?
So yes, I mean, so we have basically, we work, obviously, I want to give credit to the county clerk's office here because they primarily are the ones that are in charge of that. Okay. So Yes, we have digitized records. We use our Odyssey case management system, and then there's some other existing systems that complement that as well. So the short answer to your question is yes.
Yeah.
And I want to comment on the juror issue, because that's a very good point that you bring. We've had jurors indicate that they've been, for instance, moved and been in other courts, and really compliment our jury services. So Yvette Blackman is director of our jury services, and we have surveys on jury services, and the surveys come back just with such gratitude for how she runs that system. And the new building, most of our juries, go to criminal. That's where most of the cases go. And so to see that building and to see the jury assembly room, it's twice as big. I think it holds 400 people, and it's bright and lots of natural light. And the jury rooms for every courtroom are beautiful, and the technology is great. So I really think that the letters that we get from jurors appreciating how well they're treated they'll add that they feel safer and more. We've had people come in and say, for instance, at Frank Murphy, how nervous they felt coming in as jurors, how uncomfortable they felt, how unsafe they felt. And I think that this new building will address a lot of those type of concerns. And I think it's enormously important that people who come in and donate their time to such an important role and of service in their community are feeling appreciated and comfortable. And I know that this new building will help us do that.
That's great to hear. One of the things that you might want to consider doing is to do a video or something, publicize the difference in jury duty now versus the old days when you were in the other courts. And it might put people at ease when they get that summons to appear or for jury duty. It might make it even better as far as getting those jurors to come down.
Commissioner Anderson, if I could just comment quickly on that. Last year, we did mention about a concern that we had for juror compensation, and Yvette Blackman, who the chief just mentioned, and I were part of the jury task force with Representative O'Neill's office. And there are some bills pending. They're in the works at the legislature. They're House Bills 5689 through 5693 that we're really hoping that gains some traction and actually becomes law. It's going to dramatically change a lot of laws concerning jury duty, and of course the compensation piece. So
right after COVID, with the money that came in, the extra money that came in, we could offer the jurors lunch and $10 extra compensation per day, and then that ended. And not only, are we struggling with our budget, but I think that we're supporting the $10 per day extra. We were for quite a while. And so that was a hit on our budget. We would really like them to be compensated more and can no longer afford to do that.
Would you give me the bills again?
Sure, it's House Bills 5689 through 5693. They continue to evolve.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Baydoun.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sam Baydoun, representing the city of Dearborn and Northern Allen Park. Thank you for being here, Chief Judge Frazard, and I want to applaud you and all the judges for all the good work that you do in your division. Looking at your presentation, very impressive numbers, reducing the criminal case backlog by 91%. That's very impressive, and I applaud you. I wanted to ask you a question. By the way, I want to give a special shout out to my dear friend, Judge Hilal Farhat, who's doing an amazing job in the family division. How are the cases determined, Judge? how they could be heard in person or on Zoom? Who determines these cases, and are they like determined by priorities, or what's the
Well,
criteria, if you will?
For one thing, they're determined by division, because in the criminal court, almost everything is handled in person. Of course, jury trials are all handled in person, and hearings are generally handled in person. So in criminal court, it's generally in person. It's important to do that. But in family court, civil court, and most of the juvenile court cases, it's on the judges make their decision, and our policy is that the judges serve the public and the litigants and their needs. So, for instance, I'll give you an example. In civil cases, oftentimes you'll have an insurance company, you'll have someone from a different state who wants to save the money and not spend too much, and they don't want to come in. And the other side can either demand that it's in person, or they stipulate with each other and decide that everything can be remote. Remote work is very efficient, but the judges definitely want to have all of their jury trials, even if they're civil, juvenile, or they have those in person. And then they decide case by case on what's best for those we serve. And a lot of times, it depends on whether it's an extensive hearing where you need to hear a lot of witnesses. Judges, though, sometimes have to make determinations themselves of credibility. And so a lot of times they'll have to say, I need to have this hearing, and it's, for instance, a bench trial, where I need to determine the credibility of the witnesses. And so I want to have this in person so that I can really, see the people and take the time that's needed to make the correct rulings. But again, it's on a case-by-case basis, depending on the division, the judge, and the needs of those that are in that case.
Again, congratulations on the new move, and we're very happy and excited that you're gonna have state-of-the-art courtrooms and all the technologies. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to ask any additional questions on this side? Any additional questions? So Commissioner Marecki, and then Commissioner Clemente, and Commissioner Scott will be the final person. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here for a great, clear presentation, which helps us every year remember what you said the year before, so that helps. So I just want to touch on a couple of things that my colleagues have touched on, but like Commissioner Baydoun said, for you to clear up these cases in the last 15 months is amazing, because I kept thinking a fair and speedy trial, how do you do that in 4 years and have someone waiting there for a trial? And I mean, what kind of repercussions would that have if that didn't happen?
That's an excellent point, Commissioner. When people were in jail awaiting their trial, there were cases, even in the short time that we took to handle the backlog, where the witnesses were lost. You can't find witnesses. All of the evidence in a case, it is very important that you handle it expediently, and that both sides get full consideration. And the saying, justice delayed is justice denied. And so that's why it was so very important for us to concentrate on that. What we did, some of the things we did is we had 23 judges to work with, and in the past we had 4 judges working on arraignments and the rest working on trials. We closed down 2 of the arraignment courtrooms and had the two judges double duty on the arraignments, and had more trial courtrooms. We applied for and got a backlog grant from Scale in the state, and used that grant to hire visiting judges and hire support staff for them, and to improve the technology so that we made trials available immediately. And when you have trials available immediately, you get more pleas and you get more cases processed. So we didn't in any way cut corners. everyone got a full opportunity for a trial in that process, but we handled it the most efficient ways that we could.
Well, if Wayne County can do this, anybody in the state, in the country can do this because this is such a huge county. So that's great. So it's my understanding that the administration is meeting on a consistent basis with the civil campus futuristic plans. Is that true? Now that, especially now that you're moved in on
Yeah.
September
One
3rd.
person on that?
Yeah, and we meet on a monthly basis with our county partners at the executive office there. And the CJC 3, if you will, the new complex has been part of our discussion. In full disclosure, with CJC and some of the issues there, some matters got kind of pushed, if you will, to a later date. And I wanted to just clarify. So we did have a meeting scheduled. I believe it was going to be this week for the new complex that we're in the process of reviewing the RFP for, but that got pushed to the end of this month. So I believe it's September 25th. So those discussions are ongoing. I think it's in the spirit of our funding agreement that we have with the county that's happening. And we're looking forward to continuing with those discussions.
Okay, that's great. And I'm sure they need a week break before they go into the next planning. Okay, so many of us did, some of us are on the CJC committee, so many of us got to tour the new facility a couple of weeks ago. I happened to have jury duty like a week and a half before Frank Murphy closed down, so I won't be on a jury for at least a year over there. But yeah, it's an amazing, we weren't able to see everything, but it's an amazing complex. And I haven't even read the article, but there's an article today talking about parking issues. I don't know if you've seen it, but we've been on this committee for a long time and parking seemed to be fine. So
I can maybe comment just based upon my personal observations this week. We need more signage. The parking is out there, it's available. We have a lot of signs that say you can't park here, you can't park there. Public parking is lot B or C, but not a lot of signs that say where lot B or C are at. For example, the large public parking that's right across the street on Russell, the address to that parking lot is on Russell, but the entry to it are on the side streets. So from a juror perspective, we really had to provide a lot of information on our summonses to try to get the jurors to that location. We were limited on how much space that we can provide information, and quite frankly, a lot of the jurors don't read all of that. It's got to be really simple. And so adequate signage that says public parking here, that would be great.
okay, and there's a lot of learning curve
Yes.
with this, but it's lucky the very first day you saw it, so it must be an issue. And the last thing, we talked about the Zoom capability, and my question to when the probate group was here, because it sounds like in that court, some of the judges come in and some of them do their Zooms at home. And will that be a consideration when you're planning the new civil justice complex? Because if that's the case, and this is just me, I mean, having empty spaces where no one's using them is not going to be the most ideal. And now I know this is probably 4 or 5 years down the road with this whole complex, but that's just something in the back of my head when I heard that people are actually staying at home as well. So.
We don't encourage judges to stay home. I do my remote hearings from my chambers.
You get the mic. Oh, sorry.
So again, we don't encourage our judges to stay home. I think the public expects that if you're a working judge, you're mostly, I mean, we do have some leeway with our employees and our judges usually. I mean, the whole thing is, can you work on site 4 days a week? And if you need to have a remote day, that's acceptable. And when judges have a remote day, we have an alternate so that the courtroom door is still open. If they need to see a judge or see a judge's employees, that they have somewhere to go. But we feel that that's very important. So we don't intend to have judges working from home. maybe right now, most of us civil judges do our motion call from home on Friday because there are like 70 cases and we don't have that capability to have the number of people in that we did before COVID. But yeah, although they say the courtrooms of the future may have a sharing of the actual courtrooms. So we'll have chambers in the new CJC now. The chambers are not attached to the courtrooms like they are in all our older courtrooms. They're separate down a hall and they're secure. So those judges are all secure and they have their chambers and they can do remote hearings from their chambers if they ever need to. And that way we could have more efficiency with the courtrooms, that we can have shared courtrooms when necessary. We're hoping to have 36 district court and some of their pre-exams in our courtrooms when they're not being used by the Third Circuit. So we want to be efficient, but again, we want to encourage our judges mostly to be there.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Clemente, and then the final commissioner will be Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but I think I'm going to yield my time. I have gotten a lot of great information. Thank you for your work, and kind of all of my questions have been checked off. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Good to have you all here.
Thank you.
Son and my friend Lynn. My concern was always the family court. It seems like you're moving towards that. So we can have that one court. I remember former Representative F. Terrell many years ago did a bill on that to have our family court. Now, the other two counties have a family court. Right? So when do you think that we'll be able to really have a full family?
Well, full when we are in one location, because we can't have judges moving from building to building all the time. That's a loss of efficiency, really. Right now, we're trying to do the best we can and select those cases where we see families that have one case in each and bring them to one building, bring the families that way. So it's a process, but that we've been working on and we've been meeting on. We have a monthly also, one family, one court meeting where Judge Farhat and Judge Gibson, Judge Leslie Kim Smith, and I are all there talking about what we can do better this month and this year to move towards one family, one court. But again, we do need the support of having friend of the court in the same place and having the juvenile court and the domestic section in the same place. So we await that. No.
So I look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you so much. I know you have. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here.
Okay, Commissioner Badiou.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, to that point, so the lease in the Penobscot building is going to expire next year in June. What are the plans for that division?
Well, I mean, I think that was just recently renewed, if I'm not mistaken, to extend to that point, but you know, the plan would be to continue that lease until such time we have another facility to move into.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And at this time, I'd like to ask if you have any closing remarks.
We just again want to thank you so much for inviting us here, for your attention, and for all the support you've given us in the past and your friendship. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks so much. Okay, thanks.
You said something. Maybe that'll warm me up. I know. Letty said she was going. Okay. Thank you, Brad.
We'll be starting momentarily. Okay.
Good morning, how are
sit between the two. So you all can whisper little things. There you go. Good. Good. I had to bring my glasses so I could see. Yes, yes.
Printed, but there is.
Yeah, yeah. We just hold that. For later, get to work. So. Hello, all right.
Just be mindful when you're speaking, be mindful to pass the mic so that you can be heard on Zoom.
Okay, sure.
I'll wait.
Lay it down, it's okay. Got it here.
Yeah, just to be sure. Turning away from you because it's always on.
Yes.
Because I put it. Because I put it.
Okay. No, you know, you know. Yes. I know, Commissioner Gordon, how are you? No.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Baker McCormick, Commissioner Marecki, Commissioner Clementi,
Present.
Commissioner Anderson,
Present.
Vice Chair Baydoun,
Here.
Chair Kinlock.
Present.
We have a quorum present.
Thank you. Next item.
Next, we have a presentation by the Sheriff's Office.
Good morning.
Morning.
We have received the recommendation from CEO Warren Evans as relates to his recommendation for your department for the upcoming year. The recommendations that were received by this commission from the CEO, is that reflective of what you think is necessary for the for the fully funding and carrying out the duties of your office?
From what the CEO and I talked about, I haven't seen it, all of it, but yes, I think it is reflective of what we want to do collectively.
Thank you. You may proceed.
So good morning, everyone. I'll start with the mission statement of the Wayne County Sheriff's Office. The responsibility of the Wayne County Sheriff's Office is to maintain the highest standard of integrity and professional excellence and to protect the lives and property.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you, I know everyone knows, can you state
I
your?
was getting ready to say
Thank
that. I need to start over because I need to introduce myself. My name is Raphael Washington, your Wayne County Sheriff. We need to introduce our at the table. Go ahead.
Jerome Picorni, Director of Finance.
Benita Terry, Director of Administration.
Michael Turner, Chief of Staff.
And we have Director Banks Hall, Regina Banks Hall behind us, who is our Director of Grants. So I'll start over with our mission statement. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for reminding me of that. The responsibility of the Wayne County Sheriff's Office is to maintain the highest standard of integrity and professional excellence and to protect the lives and property of Wayne County citizens while objectively enforcing local and state laws. It is our duty to serve our community and to provide a secure, safe, and humane environment for inmates remanded to our jails. It is our mission to provide our staff and the public fair and equal treatment and protection, and to strengthen the public's trust through continued transparency and accountability. I'll move to our Sheriff's Office divisions. In the Wayne County Sheriff's Office, our executive position consists of our internal affairs, internal controls discipline, technology, our budget and finance department, our personnel and payroll, procurement, recruiting, grants and special projects, and outreach initiatives. Our court division provides security for all courts, criminal, civil, juvenile, and friend of the court, civil service process, and engaged in friend of the court enforcement, civil felony warrants. Court Services Administration, Sheriff Sales, Judicial Sales and Mortgage Foreclosure, Service of Process and Writ of Execution. Our Jail Division. Prior to the recent transition to the Criminal Justice Center, we operated 3 jail facilities that housed inmate populations in 2 facilities. Operations include, but are not limited to, food service, security, for medical and mental health operations, Central Transport Unit, our tether and training division. Our police operations consist of our Park Patrol, Secondary Road Patrol, Marine Unit, Municipal Support Enforcement Unit, MESU, our CPL Unit, Regional Dispatch for Jail and Patrol Units, and the Wayne County this is our WC3D, our Wayne County Community District units. Any questions so far, or are we just going through?
No, so at this time, no questions, but if you could. Oh, I'm sorry, I gotta hold the button. If you would just touch on the high points associated with your budget.
Okay.
Any variances, differences between this current fiscal year, next fiscal years, and some major initiatives that you may be looking forward to in the upcoming year.
Okay, so the changes, is that in our budget caveats or major initiatives? We'll go to, okay, Mr. Chair, we'll go to our major initiatives. All right. That page is. Okay. We'll start at page 14. So Sheriff's Office fiscal year 2025 initiatives. Our Internet Crime Unit. We reestablished the Internet Crime Unit to perform internet crimes investigations. The unit will identify internet predators to keep Wayne County residents safe. The unit is staffed with 1 project consultant and 2 reserve officers who volunteer to help us in that initiative, that all have extensive experience in internet crimes. We received a grant with the Ballmer Group Foundation with no county match. We also, one of our initiatives is our Scout program, which we're really proud of. We reestablished the Sheriff's Community Organized Urban Team Program to work with various block clubs, neighborhood watch groups, businesses, and citizens overall. Scout program raises police presence, helps prevent crime, and raises overall awareness in the areas in which we work. Additionally, it enhances the quality of life in the various Wayne County communities. The Scout program is staffed with Wayne County Sheriff's Office, reserve officers, as well as our sworn officers who work road patrol in the various units out that way, out of our operations. We received a grant with the Ballmer Group Foundation with no county match. And I just want to say to that program, we get a lot of calls from Detroit particularly, although we're all over the county with our program. When people call, when municipalities call us to help them with various things that go on in their communities, we go out with our Scout program and we help them. As it relates to the Detroit Police Department, Chief White calls me regularly to help them with our drifters and drag racers, and the community of life issues that happen in major cities, whether it's loitering in front of stores or whether it's, again, the drag racing and drifting that goes on, whether it's the morality piece that happens in the community, vacant cars on the blocks. That Detroit Police Department, because they're so busy and they're short as well on manpower, they don't get a chance to get to often get to those situations that will bring neighborhoods down if they're not addressed. So we go out and help them with those kind of situations with our Scout program. Another initiative is our Citizens Academy, which we established the Citizens Academy, which aims to bring Wayne County residents together with representatives of the Wayne County Sheriff's Office to allow our Citizens Academy volunteers a better understanding of the various operations of the Wayne County Sheriff's Office. An additional goal of the Citizens Academy is to garner better community relations with the Wayne County residents. The Wayne County Sheriff's Office is a very complex agency and runs multiple divisions, which includes but not limited to 3 jails. Well, that's old now. We're at 1 jail now that was recently consolidated to 1, our ADF, our adult detention facility, and the CJC courts, Marine Unit, and Road Patrol. In the near future, our office will host the academy, our Citizens Academy, at our Criminal Justice Center. Sheriff's Office initiatives as well. Again, our recruiting unit, hiring additional 4 recruiters to enhance recruiting efforts. That's what we've done because we've gotten a lot of applications in, and those things have to be background checked. And so many that we needed to bring in some more additional background investigators. So we've hired 6 additional background investigators, increasing the staff to 17 to efficiently process the increased applications. We also have a Each One Reach One campaign within our Sheriff's Office, Wayne County Sheriff's Office, the internal recruiting initiative, which means we're asking all of our deputies as well as our appointed staff to go out and recruit as well. I personally, every single class that we have, I make it my business to put 1 or 2 in there that I personally went out and recruited. And if I'm doing that, I'm asking my staff to do the same thing because, and I'm asking those that come into our agency. And when they're graduating, I talk to them and say that they are the best recruiters that we could have because they've been through it and they're there now working for us. And that seems to be working as we have about 17, 18 ready to go next week in our jailers training program. So that's working pretty good. Lexipol, our electronic policy database that may assist with compliance for various accreditation bodies that govern our agency. Then we have another 2025 operation initiatives, our Pathway Home Jobs Readiness Program. This is a good program. It provides eligible individuals incarcerated in Wayne County Criminal Justice Center with workforce services prior to release and transitional reentry services post-release. The program is made possible via a $4 million U.S. Department of Labor grant. 30 inmates have already been enrolled in the program, and 11 of those individuals have already completed the first phase. The goal of the program is to enroll 400 jail inmates and have them placed in secure, sustainable employment with wraparound services when they are released from the jail. Our staff and budget highlights for 2025, total department request, 1,074 full-time employees. Our total projected general fund, general purpose revenue is $143,932,773. Total other revenue, $50,141,069. Our total projected revenue is $194,73,842. 194,073,842. And as we close that part of it, yes. Did I miss that? What page is that? Yeah, we'll start with page 10. Update on our capital projects update on our marine dock. An invitation for bid was posted on April 6, 2022. One vendor was awarded the contract, EC Cornfield Company. Construction 100% complete, and project manager Wade Tim Associates Incorporated. So our marine base construction is in process. So we've done with the dock, and now we're building the home, the base where our deputies are housed. That construction is in progress. One vendor was awarded a construction contract, DMC Consultants Incorporated. Construction is 50% complete. The new base is on site. The foundation and footings will begin in the next few weeks. The demolition of the old office building, parking lot, electrical, plumbing, and landscaping will follow in the fall. A project manager for that is Wade Trim Associates Incorporated. So you might have a picture of you should have a picture of our old dock where we could only get 3 boats along the seawall. The seawall was in bad shape. And if you turn to the next page, you'll see what's currently there and how it looks, the new state-of-the-art marine dock that is now in place. The Marine unit now have safe and secure floating docks. There are boat slips for 5 patrol boats and can tie up to a 6th one if needed. If you all look at that page, you can see how wonderful that is. And so I think, Mr. Chair, that we hit on the things that you wanted to hear concerning our initiatives and the things that we had going for fiscal year 2025. And we thank you for the opportunity to present the Sheriff's Office budget for 2024-25 budget.
Thank
we
you.
can take any questions if you have.
Well,
Sure.
Before I go into questions, first of all, I want to thank you for appearing here this morning.
Sure.
As well as I absolutely have to take my hats off to your team. And Vanita, she keeps us up to date monthly,
Yes.
And in between meetings on questions that come from this commission. And your entire leadership team make themselves available. Our chief of staff, your chief of staff, who is definitely stays in touch with the commission. So I think that's very important.
Yes.
Because over the past year, we dealt with a lot of issues as it relates to our employees in Wayne County. And one of the biggest departments that have had the struggle is your department with yours and the clerk's department as far as wages.
Yes.
And how we've been able to address that. One thing a couple of things I want to ask you about from last budget cycle, or this current budget cycle, we did appropriate $100,000 for some vehicles, in which we had asked about the status of those vehicles for the reserve officers. I want to know that, as well as I'm glad to see that you have increased the training and recruiters, and which we've been talking about throughout the year. And so I'm glad to see that reflected in this budget. And then I'd like you to touch on the whole progress associated with the security needs of the civil court associated with the allied security contract. What your projections is associated with that.
Sure. So I'll let Vanita, you want to, or Chief Turner, to speak to the reserve piece and the vehicles, because they are kind of running that for me.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and this distinguished body. As it relates to our reserve unit, they do a lot, and they're very out there, very responsive to the community. However, we are not able to use our budget money to help our reserve operation. And so what we do, we go out into the community to our business friends, and we do fundraising to support that office, that initiative, because we're not able to use general fund dollars to really help that operation. It would cause us problems with our union. However, what we have planned, as we have continuously tried to keep our fleet up to date. So as we purchase new vehicles, some of our slightly used or pre-used, as the industry like to refer to them, we pass those down to our reserves unit so that we keep it flourish as well. On the recruiting aspect, this profession is under attack, if you will, in terms of everybody in the law enforcement industry is having difficulty recruiting. What the sheriff has done more than any of his predecessors is he's quadrupled down our recruiting efforts. And because of that, we currently have in the pipeline over 200 names. Hiring a police officer is very lengthy, unfortunately. It takes a couple of months just to do the background checks. There are multiple things that we have to check and triple check on these individuals. And so we brought on, we did some budget adjustments. We brought on 6 investigators, background investigators, to help with that pipeline. And we brought on 4 additional recruiters so that we can continuously get more people into that pipeline. However, we have over 1,000 employees, and we truly believe, in addition to the 10 additional bodies we brought on, to do a each one reach one campaign. And if half of our 1,000 employees just brought in one person, we would have an abundance of employees. And how you would get that, and we're betting it through Corp Counsel to make sure that it's fair and legal. The sheriff, myself, our undersheriff, and many in our command, we are on our own mission to get an individual in every class at minimum. And we're not making ourselves eligible for this financial incentive. But if we can get this each one reach one campaign implemented, then that's an additional 1,000 potential people helping to fill this backfield. And then once we've offered it to the Wayne County Sheriff employees, if we don't reach that benchmark, We want to offer it to all Wayne County employees throughout the county. This is something that we're never gonna take our pedal off the metal in recruitment. Since George Floyd, it's been very difficult recruiting in law enforcement, but our biggest hurdle has already been completed. And that is through this body, you've given our men and women a decent pay raise, and now we have a brand new facility to go out and use that in addition recruiting efforts. I am confident that all of these measures will allow us, commissioners, to get our rental cops out of the way, our security, and they're helping us. I don't mean that in a disparaging way, but we want to get the security company out and continue to protect the men and women in this county with sheriff deputies and not security guards.
Thank you.
Your second piece, Commissioner.
So the third piece would be the allied, the training staff, and then you also, so you responded to the questions that I brought forward. The additional question is that with the closing of the old jails, is the jail consent order no longer valid? If so, how now, I mean, what now mandates the staffing levels and specific services? And the last question is also, what about the satellite offices? Do you plan to extend the program to other?
So I can say as it relates to the satellite, we're kind of like on hold with that. We're still operating as our officers go to the location where we're at now to have our vehicles serviced. And while we're waiting, we're there to service the community as well. When they come in, it's not just a place that's particularly just about the sheriff's office. It's a company that services the regular citizens. And oftentimes we're in there while we're waiting. They have questions. They know we're law enforcement. We're dressed as such. And they have questions and they have concerns about wherever they're coming from in Wayne County. So we're working it from that angle. Our reserve officers, they take vehicles over there to be serviced. They're working it from that area. So that's working well. As it relates to adding on to that, we're not there. We've talked about it, but we're not there yet to try to move into that piece with adding. We're getting it done. We're where we are, but we're not against it. But we just haven't sought that out in a full force way right now, just yet. And as you said, our salaries are compatible now with other agencies becoming this fiscal year. To start this fiscal year, we'll be bringing in the young people who we're recruiting and asking them to be a part of the sheriff's office, starting at $51,000 a year. And we just think that we're right there where other compatible, still a little low, but lower than those. But for an 18-year-old that wants to come into a controlled setting of law enforcement, that's got to be a lot of money, and it still is. And so we're going to high schools and recruiting those that are graduating, those who have not figured out yet exactly what it is that they want to do as a career. They're not going to college right away. We're offering those kind of jobs for them. And we often talk about to them, as a lot of us in leadership in law enforcement, we didn't go to college right out of high school either. We had to go to work. Coming from various situations in our homes, we had to go to work. And we did that, but we went to school at the same time. And then one day you become the chief of police or the Wayne County Sheriff. It's just seeing it through the process of getting in, getting a job, being able to take care of yourself and your family, and going to school to become successful in whatever career you want to do. So we're recruiting and it's going very well. And the raise that we received in the sheriff's office is helping us quite a bit.
Okay, so sorry. With the closing of the old jails, is the consent order no longer valid?
So you want to speak to that? That's a good question. Because we've been having conversations about that, and short answer, not yet. We're not out of the consent decree yet, but there's some talk about that.
Okay, if you could get that back
Sure.
to us as it relates to the staffing level mandates, how this is impacted by it. But going back to that previous question as far as 100,000. So last year, the commission had allocated or appropriated $100,000 for it was a commission initiative that was requested to be included in the budget by Commissioner Baidoon.
Right.
For specific vehicles
Yes.
For the
For the reserve officer.
For reserve officer. So,
Yes.
so you're saying that it was, I'm saying for the reserve officers. So you're saying it was determined that those funds could not be utilized for purchasing the reserve vehicles?
Well,
Okay, so, okay.
but we are, yes, because we're,
Vehicles purchased?
yes, and then we get our reserve officers very good vehicles that come from the fleet that we have. They run good, they're in good shape, they're not old vehicles, and we simply pass those down. And that keeps it kind of clean for our internal part of things that we have to face and deal with through our unions and things like that.
Okay, well, I guess one thing, moving forward in this process here, what we've going to be doing is like when we, the commission appropriate, because there's a few things that, because we haven't appropriated anything in this department or made any changes, but when we, make changes in there, continue to get updates as it relates to the progress of it.
Sure.
So there's other departments that would be relevant, this would be relevant. What we're going to be doing is updates that relates to those changes in the budget that the commission makes. So I understand what you're saying, and that thank you for informing us.
Sure. But they are being taken care of.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Sure.
We appreciate it.
Thank you. So you were able to get the vehicles?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
We did make purchase of vehicles this fiscal year, and the fleet that we're moving to our reserves are 2018s, basically. So they're not that old. They're still in good working condition.
Thank you.
That's going to our
Yep,
reserve unit.
And they're happy about it.
Okay, thank you. Yep, I mean, that's your department. We don't get into the weeds, but
Right.
just want to update on the status of that. Okay, so any questions from commissioners on this side? Commissioner Marecki, and then Commissioner Baker McCormick, and then Commissioner Scott. And then we'll go on this side.
Thank you all for being here today. Appreciate all of you here. I want to thank you for the community work you guys do as well. I was at the Touch a Truck event in Livonia at the end of August, and the sheriffs were there with the dog and the horses, and they were a big hit. And I think it's great that you do those kind of community things for us.
Thank you.
The dock pictures are amazing. I know Ray was always asking us to come out there. I never made it out there, and I can't believe that you actually lived like that.
Yes, we did.
For all those years. So
Yes.
it looks great. Is that manned the whole year round?
So we have a supervisor that's there year round.
Okay.
And our deputies, they're kind of part-time out there during the season. And we send them back to the jails or wherever they may work. But we have someone out there around the clock
During the winter.
all through the year, making sure everything is in order.
Okay. All right. So the Citizens Academy, how does one apply to participate in that?
So when we started it, we asked the commissioners actually that if you knew ones in your districts, concerned citizens who would like to know more about the Wayne County Sheriff's Office, we asked you all to present them to us first. And if we had the numbers from you all the commissioners in various districts, because we want them to come from everywhere in Wayne County. And if we had those numbers adequately enough that we think that we can handle that portion of what you all present to us, that would be great. And then we would not have to go out into the community ourselves and get those. We want you all to help us with that. And I think we'll be fine. But it's a great program, and the citizens loved it, simply loved it. What is it, a 5-week, 8-week, 6-week program? And when they get through, we graduate them and we give them certificates, and we have a nice little function for them. And we even ask them to present some ones in the community, because a lot of them are community leaders. And we ask them to bring some of their constituents as well to the next class. So that's how we get them in.
Okay, and I do remember that. That was
Hmm?
prior to COVID, I believe that we were trying to get people. So when are you planning on doing that again? I mean, should
So,
the
Chief, when,
commissioners be looking?
So glad you asked that question, Commissioner. We will be doing this again. We wanted to get settled into our new criminal justice center. We're proud of it, and we want the community to see what their tax dollars are contributing to. And we believe that by getting 2 representatives from each commissioner, it gives us a great cross-reference of our county. And so we're looking at the middle of October, putting it out there to the commissioners and starting it. We will host this at our CJC. And so we're excited about that. And it's helping us in recruiting as well, because it enhances the relationship between police and community. We need the community to catch the good, bad criminals. We catch the dumb criminals, but to catch the smart criminals, we need the community's help.
Okay, we'll be looking forward to email or whatever how you contact us.
Sure.
But I'll be
We'll-
thinking about people in my district.
We will get that reminder to you all.
Okay,
So-
that sounds good. Okay, and what kind of job for this Pathway Home program, what kind of jobs are the prisoners getting when they get out?
So various skilled trade jobs, truck driving jobs, staff are sending me, truck driving, training, jobs that they could get into with minimum education. They can be taught the various skilled trade things that we'll present to them prior to them leaving. And then when they finish with the entire program and they're being released, we're targeting those that we know are going to be released back into the community, not going to prison, but they're going to be released back into the community. And we know that if we provide these kind of skilled trade positions and jobs to them prior to them leaving, they go right into a place of employment, and that helps all of us. And so those are, type of jobs that we're talking about.
Okay, I think that's great. And I just have one last question, and I can't remember. Do we offer the ability for sheriffs that are working full-time to get college credits?
So that is coming out of so yes, that there is a program where they can get college credits. You want to speak to more to that?
Well, it's educational reimbursement. I'm not sure if they get credit, but they do.
That's what I meant.
I think that's what she was talking
I meant
about.
reimbursement
Yes,
for
yes,
college credits.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Great.
that reimbursement
good-
is still there.
That's a good opportunity.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Baker McCormick, then Commissioner Martha G. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning.
Good morning.
So you're doing a lot of great things, especially the building skills for the inmates. By the way, I'm Wayne County Commissioner.
Yes.
Monique Baker McCormick. I represent Redford Township and Northwest Detroit.
Yes.
The skilled trades program that you have are you working with Wayne County Community College District, or who do you do? Anyone?
The district and the skilled trade unions themselves.
Okay, great.
And our chief of jails, Chief Robert Dunlap, is spearheading that position because he's over our jails and they direct those inmates that are qualified. They're
That's
making sure
great.
that they get.
Yeah, because I know when I first became a commissioner, that was one of my concerns,
Yes.
that we make sure we try to make them better
Yes.
than how they went in.
Yes.
As, so that they can come out better.
Yes.
The other program that you used to have, not sure if it's funded right
Mhm.
now. I didn't recall seeing the, I'm fighting the war on trash in my
Oh, yes,
community.
yes, you
And
are.
well, in Detroit,
Mhm.
Wayne County.
Mhm.
You used to have a program where they would go out in the community and clean up.
Yes.
Is that
So
this budget at all?
I think that program may have been
Right.
spearheaded by the county exec's office.
Okay,
And
exact. Oh,
yeah,
it wasn't
yeah,
through this year.
Yes, it wasn't necessarily coming out of our budget or
Okay.
agency. I think the county exec's office.
Okay.
if
But
I'm
they
not mistaken.
coordinated it maybe
Yes.
through you guys.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
we are obviously the inmates will come out of our facilities.
Okay.
But I don't know where that is exactly right now, because again, I don't want to speak for the county exec's office.
It's, Sheriff is absolutely correct. A couple of sheriffs ago, they took it, it was similar to an not gonna say alternative workforce, but they got sentenced to community service. And when former Sheriff Evans became county exec, they moved that program out of the sheriff's office into the CEO's office. So it's still in existence. They're working with the courts for community service sentenced individuals to not just clean up the freeways, but other areas in the community as well.
Right. I think that's a wonderful program.
Sure.
And I did get a chance to go out to the Marine station, the dock.
Yes.
So the photos you have here, it's just wonderful
Thank
that
you.
that was completed. The question I have, the station outside of the Marine unit where the officers are housed.
Yes.
Is that station, was that renovated or, because I know.
Just building
there
a
was-
new one.
Okay, it is totally
Yes,
new.
and
I didn't see that
50% done. Yeah, I mentioned that.
Okay, oh, it is 50% down. I
Yes.
must have missed that part.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's
But-
definitely needed. And if you ever been inside there, you would say, how are they working inside of here?
Okay.
So that it's gonna match the dock. It's gonna be new.
So the renovation, or is that a whole new unit or just renovated?
It's the whole new unit
Whole-
because it's really, they're working out of a trailer.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
so
It was-
that's gonna be gone and they're building a whole new housing unit.
Okay, great. And last question, the Scout
Yes.
program.
Yes.
How would we as commissioners or any community leaders reach out to you if we were interested in that program in the community?
Sure, you can just simply call our office and let my assistant let her know what it is that your concern is in your district and where the concern is. And what we do every Thursday is take the program out to various places who have called us, various entities of municipalities that have called us to say, hey, we got an issue, quality of life issue in our district. Over here, someone would call us and say, for instance, we got drag racing and drifting going on in our district, in our area, Oakman and Wyoming area, whatever. And this is the time they're doing it. And can we get your program over there to address that? And that's what we do.
And then how long would you be in that community?
So we do it on Thursdays. If we have to adjust times, we do that as well to address the situation that's going on and what time it's going on. So if we have to readjust our times, we do. Usually we're out there, especially in the summer months, from 5 o'clock till 10 or so till it gets dark. But now it's getting darker earlier. And some of those quality of life issues go away on their own as it gets darker early. But however, if you tell us that we need to be somewhere and look at this issue, then that's where we take the program.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Martha G. Scott, then Commissioner, okay, excuse me. No, I'm come back. Commissioner Martha G. Scott, then Commissioner Clemente.
Thank you, Mr.
Gotta hold this down. Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here. I'm excited over here about the things that you're doing, that
Thank
you're
you so much.
continuing to do.
Yes.
And I always wanted that Scout program
Yes.
back, and I am so glad that you doing that for the community. I
Yes.
know Shirley Birch is turning over in her grave now.
Yes, yes, yes.
Because this was something that she wanted, and that drag racing and
Yes.
stuff, so
Yes.
we can do that in her honor. And that each one reach one, that is fantastic.
Thank you.
You know, so I'm gonna try to get busy and help on that too.
Thank you.
I had forgotten about that program that you have with the block club.
Sure.
So I will be pushing that in my block clubs and that.
Thank you. The Citizens Academy you're speaking about?
Yeah.
Yes.
And I want you to thank Mr. Dunlap
Mm-hmm.
For helping me out at the parade.
All
the
right.
other day.
I'll make sure he.
I was able to get a little scoop
Yes.
couldn't get when I went through the new jail.
Yes, yes. Well, you know, and we talked about that, trying to, because Commissioner who was
Clark
actually about
Coleman.
somebody.
Yeah, right.
Clark Coleman.
Yeah, it was Clark Coleman. It was Clark Coleman. She was looking out for her and yourself. Because,
Exactly.
and we don't have them there. The ones that come through the complex, they usually have their own. I just saw one yesterday. The first day we opened, young lady was, I don't like to call elderly people, but she needed it. And they come with their own.
We're still here.
All right, there you go. There you go. Because I want to be elderly one day. I have to tell you. I'm
Yeah,
almost
this
there
one
now.
just happened to be on the street.
Yeah.
And he got the young lady to come over and say,
Put her in it.
put her in.
And I saw you in the golf cart. Yes,
Right.
yes, yes.
So
On
we had a
Memorial
great-
Day. Yes.
It was a great parade and that, you know, so I am just so excited about our unions and that now working with the young people coming out of jail and that.
Yes,
Because
yes.
that's what we're here to do, uplift folks. Yeah,
Exactly.
so I thank you all for all you do over there.
Thank
It's just wonderful.
Thank you so
Thank you for
much.
being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Clemente. Then we will go to Commissioner Baydoun, and then Commissioner Anderson will be the last speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for being here, serving on public safety and coming in and hearing about things that are going on. It's really opened my eyes to what's happening with our jails and our inmates. And so how many we have jailers that are being trained. You've been doing all this recruiting. How many are, and making it secular so they can keep coming in, and how many are being let out the next time in the next class? How many jailers do you remember?
How many are in the next class coming up?
Yeah, so how many are in the next class coming up, and how many have we trained so far?
40 so through this fiscal year.
We've had 40 come into our agency. Is it just 40? 40 come in through our agency. We've lost 40 because, you know, for various reasons, they come in, they get a taste of it, and some just want to go do something else. And then we have retirement and things like that. So we're constantly dealing with that, but we're bringing people in. We have about 18 or so, and I think we even have room for a couple of more before the class starts. And next week, I believe it is. And so we're recruiting, and to have 20 or so in our classes and more, that's what we want. We're reaching that. The deal, again, the other part is the retention, retaining those that are ready to leave, and those who come in and after, you know, a year or a little less, you know, they want to go on and do something else, and that's just, you know, the nature of law enforcement. So, but we're fighting a good fight and making sure that we're out there recruiting heavily.
I think you are doing a very good job.
Thank you so
of
much.
Bringing on recruiters, being everywhere in the county.
Yes.
All over, and, you know, I'm helping you along trying to.
Thank you. Thank
The
you.
thing, so I don't know much about the Scout program.
Mhm.
You're saying reestablish it. I heard about drag racing.
Yes.
What could be something else that you,
Sure.
a concerned person would call for their district, or is it our law enforcement calls?
So again, we take our scout program out, and we're primarily trying to address and helping address the quality of life issues that happen in various cities and townships where law enforcement, as again, everyone is short, they have to deal with the major issues of crime that may be affecting their community. At the same time, you and I and others who are law-abiding citizens, you want to see those quality of life issues addressed in your community. Again, the vacant vehicles that may be on your street that's not being used, and the morality issues that may be in some communities. You want to see those things addressed. Those loitering pieces that are in front of the gas stations and stores that has an intimidation factor on our seniors and some of those that live in the community. And so where those are kind of low-level things that if they're not addressed, they become larger. And those that live in those communities want to see those things addressed because the major crimes are not their issue, law-abiding citizens. So that's what our SCOUT program does, our Sheriff's Community Organized Outreach Team. That's what we do to send our reserve officers as well as our sworn officers into various communities. We take our mobile command post out so everyone could see that we're out there serving them in whatever communities we're in during that week. And it works. The citizens love it. They love to see us out there speeding. We didn't talk about that in the community. Speeding and running stop signs and those things that law enforcement may not see on a regular basis. They appreciate the fact that we come out and we're dealing with, if we get complaints of people are running stop signs and we get those complaints. And it's a dangerous situation. We get to go out and not answer calls to service because that's what the agencies, all 43 cities and townships have a police department. They answer calls to service. We get to sit there and do some of those things, address those kinds of activity that is wreaking havoc on the community as well.
Understood. I guess the thing that is really great about these initiatives are that they're by grants. There's
Yes.
no county match that is, out of your budget to
Yes.
take care of these things.
Yes.
And I think that's wonderful that you are looking at other things outside the budget,
Yes.
and getting grants. So thank you.
That's why we have a full-time grant director, Regina Banks Hall, who does a wonderful job, and she stays at it to make sure we get those grants.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Baydun, then Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sam Baydun, Wayne County Commissioner for the City of Dearborn and Northern Allen Park. Thank you, Sheriff Washington, for being here, Chief Turner, and your wonderful staff. Thank you for everything that you guys do in the Sheriff Department on behalf of all Wayne County residents.
Thank you.
I had the opportunity to visit the Marine unit before it was remodeled with Commissioner Basham, and I did see the image of the first image that you put on the screen. This looks beautiful, and I'm very happy that we have this new unit, the Marine unit for Wayne County. Sheriff Washington, last year we did allocate some money for the reserve unit. I am very appreciative of the reserve unit within the Sheriff Department because I know, I witnessed firsthand, especially in the city of Dearborn, what they do on a daily basis. Some of these large events could not take place without the assistance of Wayne County Sheriff, and we truly appreciate all of those volunteers that come, leave their jobs and they come and volunteer. Did I understand correctly, Chief Turner, that some of the money that was allocated could not be used to purchase new vehicles specifically for the reserve unit?
Thank you. That is correct, because what happens while the reserves do an awesome job, it can create a problem with the unions because they can be perceived as taking a job. And so historically, we've never used general fund dollars to finance a reserve operation. The reserve operation has always been financed through fundraising and contribution from the outside.
And Did the reserve unit receive some of these older vehicles?
Yes.
Recently?
Yeah, absolutely. And they really are, I don't want anyone to think that they're old, bad vehicles. They really are in very good shape. And so, they are benefiting from, the support that this body has given us.
Okay, again, thank you for everything that you've done and you continue to do. Let's keep this reserve unit
Yes.
energized and ready to do the volunteer work in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your assistance in helping us to get those vehicles. It's not going unnoticed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the unfortunate position of being the last speaker before lunch, I think.
So you know what that means, right?
When will, do you have any idea when the Marine base will be completed? And because I noticed there looked like it was 50% by this printout that we received.
Right.
Are you looking at before the end of the year?
So
Because these are mobile units, right, that were put there? They were mobile home units?
That's
Is it
what
a double
was
wide?
there now.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what they have now?
Oh, no, the trailer, they're operating out of a old antiquated trailer right now. But this is going to be, from what I understand, a housing unit. It's not going to be a trailer.
Oh, so
Yeah.
it's not going to be, because I thought it was going to be a double wide trailer that they were putting on instead of I guess a constructed, similar to a house or something.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I think it's supposed to be more like a modular, so somewhere in between what you're both saying.
And when do you expect that to be in place and completed?
So we're thinking possibly around October or so, before the winter sets in.
Would you let us know when that's going to be opened up for
Sure.
use?
And we'll try to get a more definitive date when we leave here.
I would think former Commissioner Basham, who pushed really hard for this.
Oh, yeah.
We could let him know.
Oh, we will. Well, we keep in touch with the former commissioner. for
Great,
sure.
great.
Yes. He makes sure of that. Yeah.
And on that diagram or the aerial photo that you had of the site, where would that be sitting? Is it on that tan area that's closer to the docks themselves?
So we're thinking more on
That's the current.
the gray area, the area that's not really on the in the picture. It's not really in the picture over to the right. We're looking at the road that leads into the park. And it's going to be in that area where that, what is that, gray, that road, is that a road, the parking lot or so? Now, this is where it looks like it currently is over here to the left. Is that right? Yeah, so he hadn't been out here. I've been out there. Yeah, I'm thinking if you look at the diagram to the left, I think that's where the older home is, and it's going to be replaced on that same site.
Oh, it's going to be on.
And
the
now that
same
I'm looking at it real good, that is it.
Okay.
That's it over in that area. That's it.
Yeah, I
No,
thought
this
that
is
was
it
the
right here.
existing
Right,
building.
Right. So you see where what I'm saying, Commissioner?
Yes.
Over there to the left
Mhm.
with the brown top on it?
Right.
Yeah, that's going to be there, but it's going to replace that building.
Okay. Thank you. Are you fully moved into the CJC?
Sure, yes,
The
we are.
Sheriff's Department, your offices,
Yes.
as well as, are the guests in the jail? Are they-
Yes, our
have they
inmate,
all
our
been-
resident population is what I like to call
Resident,
them.
okay.
Yes, yes.
So they're completely in?
Yes.
So the old jail is just a matter of getting that cleared out, everything out of that that's not going to be used in the new facility?
Sure, we're still cleaning out some of those things, and actually, we're still moving some things that may be over into the furniture wise, that may be over into the Criminal Justice Center. But our resident population, all of our deputies who were working in those jails are now out and working in the CJC.
Okay. How many of the communities that we have around the 43 communities, how many are using, or their police departments are being subsidized by the road patrol? Currently, how many are receiving that?
Off the top of my head, I'll just have to give you a number, maybe 6 or 7 or so that we have agreements with. that we're out assisting them in the traffic issues and things like that they have in there.
And the ones that are getting it on a regular basis, are we fully reimbursed for those as the department?
I'm going to let the money people tell you about it.
We do receive funding back by way of the patrol piece of 50% revenue sharing from the communities that we service for Road Patrol.
All right, thank you. When you talked to Valerie's earlier, that we made a large stride, I think, on being competitive.
Sure.
How much is the difference that we're finding, or we're still behind? I think you mentioned that we might still be behind what some of the surroundings.
So what I'm looking at, starting from the bottom of that, $60,000 per year, it looks like that's where Macomb County Sheriff's Office starts. Then we move up to the about $55,000 per year starting pay for the Detroit Police Department. And then where the two that we've put ourselves up against, and when we had $51,000 per year starting pay for the Wayne County Sheriff's Office.
The Oakland County?
We didn't have Oakland counties in there. They're comparable to Macomb at 60,000,
Good to hear that we're close.
We're close.
All right. And thank you all for being here. Appreciate what you do.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Then also, I'm going to call on Commission Counsel Felicia Johnson to respond to our earlier question that was posed to you all.
Through the chair, to this honorable body, for clarification, with regards to the jail consent order, which is a court order that addresses conditions of the jail and certain jail operations, and has been in effect, I believe, since the 70s.
Yes.
So a few years back, prior to COVID, there was a court order entered. This court order was agreed to by attorneys representing the sheriff, attorneys representing the CEO, my office representing the commission, and most importantly, attorneys representing the resident population of the jail. And agreed to and signed by Judge Kinney, that actually indicates that once the new jail, the CJC, is open and operating, that court order would be extinguished. And so the question that was being posed was, because that jail consent order actually has certain mandates regarding staffing and certain operational impacts, and some of those may be important enough to continue, but the question would be, then how would that impact your operations and your budget moving forward?
So great question. And again, we're looking at that because there was questions about, does it immediately go away? Does it stay? Because some of those things are still being addressed. And we're going to look further into that. We've been so engaged with just getting into the building that that's been our focus. But we do need to move on with where do we stand with the consent decree, and are we going to be in a position to say that we're currently we're now finally out of it, or as you said, and which is true, we're talking about situations from the 70s that have lasted this long. And I don't know how, now that we finally moved in, that it automatically just goes away.
It was an order, please elaborate.
And not to get into court matters here, but just to be very clear, it was agreed that the consent order is extinguished once the new operations, the new facility is open and operating, which is current. So I'll say, from a legal perspective, speaking only on behalf of the commission at this point, it's extinguished. However, I understand that since it's recent and it's just opening now, and attorneys haven't had an opportunity to converse, but at this point, if it's not extinguished by someone's interpretation, it will be within the next week or two. So the question still remains, how will it impact? And perhaps that's something you can advise the committee of at some point.
Sure. So we'll put that on one of the future Ways and Means committee for update.
And we'll have our attorney look into it as well.
And then also just have to stress this point, that I want to have continued conversation on the fact of that $100,000 that was appropriated by the commission, and the variance and the change associated with that. Because like I mentioned, this commission, it makes it very clear, changes made by the commission to budgets for departments, if there's to be any changes, to inform us.
You have to know about it, yes.
So thank you. So I'll be reaching out for a follow-up meeting. Thank you.
Correct, and thank you so much. I did want to mention one other thing, and then we'll be done, because I know it's lunchtime. The things that we want to do with our CJC, especially the jail portions, make sure that we keep the maintenance up to where we want it to be, where we need it to be, like from day one. And we've been talking to our deputies about making sure that they do their part to make sure that we can maintain the cleanliness and the look of what it is, like other county jails are. We're determined to do that. With that being said, we do want to make sure that we have a maintenance budget that's able to allow us to do that, to make sure that if we need to move inmates, our resident population to another cell, that we could have maintenance coming in immediately and not be a budget issue, to be able to take care of the painting or the graffiti that may come on the walls. We're claiming that that's not going to happen because it's a brand new facility, and we get to hold people responsible now and
Absolutely.
accountable, so.
Executive Warren Evans did contact me as
Okay.
I was talking with him about the overall this budget, and he
Yes.
mentioned that that was going to be a priority to make sure that they're going to have rotation to
Yes.
maintain it. Spending all the money in the facility, having it not maintained or having the proper money. So he definitely said that he mentioned that actually a couple of days ago, that that's
Right.
going to be part of the overarching plan of maintaining the ability to rotate.
Yes.
And to keep regular updating and maintaining the building. Yeah.
Yes,
Thank
and
you
there's
for
a,
bringing
there's
that
a,
up.
there's a couple of things like that, as well as we found out going in that our sprinkler system is not out of the reach of our maintenance population, at our inmate population, the resident population, and if things go left concerning them, or they can easily grab a sprinkler and damage it, and then we have a flooding issue, and those things have to be addressed. And the CEO's office is very aware of that.
So
That's
let's
a
talk
building
more
issue.
about that.
Yeah, there's a building issue that happened, and it wasn't addressed to my likable ability to be able to say we don't have that issue, because we do. And we don't hide from things that we know need to be addressed, because it wasn't in the building process of making it sure. It wasn't
We're going to talk further about some of those
Sure.
updates. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, any additional questions? Okay, would you like closing remarks?
Just thank you for the opportunity to have us here, and hopefully we've answered your questions adequately, and those that we need to follow up on, we will. We've got notes that we're going to make sure the consent decree and other things that we wrote down that we need to follow up on, we'll do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
At this time, we will recess to the call of the chair, which would be within 30 minutes. I'm sorry, 15 minutes. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so excuse me. So we will do an hour. We recess for an hour. No, recess for an hour. Correction. We're recessing for 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
Yeah, it looks good. I know when I do that.
You gotta come underneath the spotlight. Okay, okay. Whoa.
Runway free. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? I wore at first. I was like, I wonder because she wear short sleeves, and I was like, this morning, did you see? It was like 50. So I was like, oh no. So I actually pulled because I had this. You know, you got your kind of like fall kind of. I pulled this out of the fall section. I was like, because this is. I was like, this is nice and warm. Yes. Yeah, but it's, I can feel the air blowing down too, so. I guess that's probably clear to keep people away from the air. Yeah, true. No, I think I mean, we're no PowerPoint. I think that's really clear, so I think we're just winging it. Now, did you say facilities is up instead of, we're not up there, 'cause I'm gonna move back there. Okay, I'll move back. Okay, all right, I'll move back. No, they don't come up here. No, it's fine, just in case they have a group of people, I can move one row back. Yeah. Right, but I don't want somebody confusing me, like, why don't you come up here and answer these questions? Like, no, that's not right. Right, right.
Absolutely. Sounds good.
The Wayne County Commission Committee on Ways and Means budget hearing will reconvene. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Scott,
Present.
Commissioner Baker McCormick,
Here.
Commissioner Mareki,
Here.
Commissioner Committee,
Here.
Commissioner Anderson,
Here.
Vice Chair Baydoun,
Here.
Chair Kinlock.
Present.
We have a quorum present.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda.
Up next, we have Facilities Management and Planning Department.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have, the commission has received the budget recommendation from Executive Warren Evans for your department for the next fiscal year. Based on this recommendation, I'd like to start off by asking, is this a budget that you view is a budget that's reflective of all the resources that, the necessary resource for you to carry out the functions of your department in the upcoming year?
Yes, to the chair of the committee, Commissioner Kinlock, yes, that is correct. And my apologies, Greg Curse, Director of Facilities Management and Planning, and I've also have my Deputy Director.
Joan Gregg.
You may proceed. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. To all the commissioners, so just as a kind of a recap of what we're doing with my department, this is the second year, we're going into the second year of this being the Department of Facilities Management and Planning as its own individual department. What we focus on within my department is the facilities management and maintenance for all of our general budget buildings. We also focus on real estate aspects, so any purchases, sales, leasing of properties, utilizing the general fund. Within that, we do support and provide support services for other departments as necessary for that line for real estate functions. Additionally, we work with Move Management under that real estate umbrella there, which is part of the planning division that was added to the department when it was developed. And furthermore, we work on the construction and renovation of buildings to ensure that we have fully maintained, functional, I like to say warm, safe, and dry buildings that people want to be able to come, want to come to visit, but then also stakeholders that work for the county, they can come in with confidence as well.
Well, I want to thank you for one, of course, appearing here this morning, but also thank you for the past year. You probably, as a new department, came in front of us pretty often. So I'll say that much, giving us updates in various different aspects, because we had a lot of real estate matters to move through this commission. And so what I'd like for you to do at this time, we have the recommendation and information that has been submitted on behalf of your department. So I'd like for you to just touch on some of the high points of the previous year and some of the new initiatives that you believe that that new initiative that your department will be undertaking in the upcoming year.
Absolutely, for sure. So some of the things for this last year, I was new to the department and new to the county, just celebrated my first year within the county. Some of the initial initiatives, I would say, for the department, but also for me as a leader of the department, was to really get an understanding of several things: culture, with how business is conducted within the county, so that I could be effective there, where some of the strengths and opportunities were within my department, and then also kind of marry what could we do initially, what may have been some of the low-hanging fruit that we could capture, and then also build on. So within the first year, some of the successes that we had were really attacking our contracts and how we looked at budgeting, holding vendors accountable to the work that's being performed, but also better understanding and knowing the contract itself so that we could, as a department, really partner with our vendors to ensure that we're receiving the proper services that we were contracting, that we bid out to receive. Within that was not just knowing the scope and then holding people accountable and internally and externally, but we also looked at timing of our contracts because one of the issues that we had were we had several retroactive contracts. I don't like that word. I know the commission doesn't as well. And so one of the goals that I had was to, I don't want to say eliminate, but I really would like to get to the minimal amount. And I say I can't eliminate it because sometimes there are underlying factors or other factors that may be outside of your control, and sometimes it's just a timing issue. However, our focus was to mitigate those, reduce them, and I think we've done a pretty good job with that. We've also have created a culture of looking at contracts strategically so we can understand the timing between when something is going to lapse or needs to be renewed, or if we need to put out an RFP. I'm really focused on kind of a backwards planning approach when I problem solve and really being strategic of understanding how things flow, what my end game is, and how to backtrack so we can effectively meet timelines. Those are some of the major things. Additionally, I will say another thing that I did get a chance to focus on was really understanding the current state of our employee numbers, our organizational chart, and who we had in positions to conduct the business side of the department. So very lean. The department was lean. We still are. However, we were able to still focus on, like I said, working with contracts, being a little more streamlined, decreasing our time for invoices to be paid, and the like. Moving into this new fiscal year, we want to continue that. So what is that? When I say that, what does this mean? So one thing is to continue to build the culture around preventative maintenance and reactive maintenance. And we had a lot of reactive maintenance we had a lot of older buildings, and there were some things that may have been deferred. Well, we strategically are looking at our capital plan and how we can activate funds to focus on some of the deferred maintenance. But then also, it's almost like when you buy a new car as well, or you get your repairs done. What do we do after that to keep things functioning properly and well maintained? So another thing that we're going to focus on this year is the shift to preventative maintenance, so to understand how we can keep things moving to get the best lifespan of those products, whether that's a mechanical system, building infrastructure, and the like. Staff-wise, I talked about the business side and really focusing on that. Well, in order to activate the business side, you got to have a business area in your department. We don't technically have that at this point, and that's something that is a part of this new budget. What I would like to do is branch out, not just have the division of facilities maintenance and then the division of planning where that encompasses the construction and renovations, but how do we effectively plan for the use of those funds, track them effectively, and budget. And when I say budget, we're looking at multiple years of planning for a true construction and facilities maintenance plan to keep buildings and the like, in shape and keep that preventive maintenance and keep things running through their lifespan. So we're looking at adding a business manager to the department that is going to allow us to have someone strategically look at and manage the capital budget, our general budget. And that will be under the leadership of my new deputy director, Ms. Joan Gregg. We are also looking at, now that we have not just the real estate side, but we're looking at space planning, and we're also looking at what does construction and renovations look like. So if we were to, I know one of the initiatives is to start looking at our platform, right? And looking at all of our buildings, our leases, what we own. And as we become owners of new properties and people move and those types of things start getting coming into fruition, very similar to what we did with the CJC. you're going to need someone to handle space planning. Where do people go? Can they fit? Who can fit? What does the move portion of that look like? So we're not just talking about, can we buy the real estate and afford it? And do we have the dollars for budget for people to move in? But how do they strategically go there? How do we manage that? And then what infrastructures do we need to be put in place to take care of that type of lift? Because that is a big lift. It's not just the purchasing of a property. Another thing we would like to do is, now that we have, I shouldn't say now that we have, but we do have the CJC, which is brand new, and today's day 2. So a culture shift of, we have a new building, we have older buildings, all need preventative maintenance. It's just at different levels, all have different systems. So it's ensuring that we have the right staff, we're well staffed. So one of the initiatives that we're going to continue is to have our skilled trades. We're going to continue to recruit, and we're working on ways to do that internally, also with the unions themselves, so that we can have our, continue to have top-notch tradesmen, trades personnel, I should say, to take care of our buildings that are Wayne County employees. That is another part, that's another initiative that we're going to continue as well. So I'll pause there because I'm talking a lot for questions, but those are some of the top initiatives that we're looking at for the department.
Well, like I had mentioned earlier at the sheriff, I had a conversation with the executive, and one of the things he definitely had highlighted regarding this new facility is the fact that want to get ahead of it and planning and making sure that we, maintenance and preventive care towards the building, instead of building these things and then basically not having funding to maintain them in a proper manner. So I'm glad to hear that from you this morning. And also this commission, myself and the entire commission spoke about over the past few years, specifically about owning our own facilities, getting out of all of these various lease components out there. And I'm glad to see that is one of the goals that you're continuing to, you've been keeping us up to date, but also you have it here in writing that you're looking to continue that in the future. So thank you. And at this time, I'll now call on commissioners who may have a question. I'll start on my left, Commissioner Anderson, then Commissioner Baydoun.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you being here, both of you. I would like to ask what you have planned as far as maintaining the new building that we have. I know you touched on it just briefly. Do you have a plan right now that periodic checks of the building after it's been occupied a month or so, and to see how things are going over there? And I understand, it seems like everyone's pretty much moved in now, correct?
Correct.
All the users, end users. So that's one question that I have.
So Commissioner Anderson, thank you for the questions. Yeah, you are correct. So today, like I said, day 2. So not only do we have everyone moved in department wise, but now we have operations that are taking place at the building. One of the things that I can say that is definitely beneficial, this is kind of like the state-of-the-art car that you buy that's got all the computer systems that let you know when something needs to be changed. That's great, but it's also, what do you do with that? So what we're focused on as a facilities management team is not only utilizing those tools, but creating an internal plan so that we can address the standards of, filter changes that, maybe every 3 months or 6 months. One of the great things is, similar to a car, we have a system that kind of does a countdown as well, that we're consistently looking at daily. This is what is our mechanical system, basic operational system, if you will, generally known as a BMS system. What that does, outside of just controlling the temperatures within the unit, also gives us insight as to how the mechanisms are performing, when maintenance is due. And so, of course, with that, it's like if you get an oil change, you got to reset them. So, reset those once those changes happen. So we have to make sure that we're cognizant to do that, proactive in ensuring that as we're doing these things, and we have started them because we've been in the building several months, that we consistently maintain that, and that becomes and stays a culture with the department.
Great. The other thing, I know we started, we had a small committee formed at one time recently, and it sort of seems like it sort of fell by the side a little bit, was to look at all the properties that we own and make sure we're maximizing use of those properties and getting rid of the lease properties that we could move into one of our buildings. And the end result, of course, to save money. I wondered if you'd give us an update on where we're at on that.
Sure, absolutely. So I will say the CJC has, especially this movement, has been a big lift that has gathered a lot of our attention. However, with the addition of Mrs. Greger as my deputy, that has not gone to the wayside. Together, we have been working on identifying potential buildings. We're still looking, but there are a few opportunities that we have that have not come to the commission just yet. We're not ready for that next step. But we're under talks of potential buildings where there are stakeholders that may be in lease agreements that would be able to occupy those, that would be right in line with that initiative that, of course, the commission has and the CEO.
Like to see us get that started back up again, and to try to make sure that we're maximizing, like I said, the use of the buildings that we own, rather than signing and extending leases. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner Baidoon. Commissioner Maraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sam Baidoon, Wayne County Commissioner for the City of Dearborn and Northern Allen Park. Thank you for the presentation. You know, I'm a big proponent of owning real estate as a real estate broker. Of the spaces occupied by Wayne County today, I don't know if you would have this figure, what percentage of these spaces are leased versus owned? I know it's a tough question. You probably don't have the figures. Would you say like 60-40, 70-30?
That's a great question. I would have to take a look at that and get back to you on that, because I think there are a couple ways to answer that. Are you looking for building specific or the amount of the square footage that we occupy?
All the square footage that's being occupied by Wayne County government, different departments, how much of that is owned and how much of that is leased? Because like my colleagues here, I'm geared towards consolidating and owning real estate instead of leasing. We want to get out of the leasing business.
I think that is a great question. I do not have the answer to date, but that is something I would like to get back to you shortly.
Okay, and my final question related to the CJC, which is a state-of-the-art facility. Is there a specific maintenance team only for the CJC? I mean, do you have a team that only takes care of the CJC?
So currently we do not, but that is because that's not how we normally operate with the Wayne County Facilities Management and Planning Department. So to give you more of an idea of what that looks like, based on the amount of buildings we have a number of staff per trade. So we have multiple buildings trades, personnels in different disciplines. What they're able to do is at any given point, whether it's emergency, preventative maintenance, or just your day-to-day, we have teams that are able to mobilize and move beyond those to the different buildings. What we do have is we do have a buildings maintenance platform where if there's an issue that occurs within any building, there are designated people within different departments that no matter what building they're in, they can put in a work order. Those work orders are then managed by our forepersons who will look at those work orders, prioritize them, and then also respond and have a team react to those. I think as we get into the preventative maintenance, those teams, of course, they'll be doing both. In the case of an emergency, during the day, of course, if there's an emergency at the CJC or any other building, we're able to pull those trades and put them on based on what that need is, and we're able to pull resources and move them around as necessary. In the event of emergency in the evenings, we also have a system, even if someone's not necessarily in the building, we have a specific emergency response that has worked for the county for several years. And what I'm looking to do is not only, work with what we have, but then also increase efficiencies wherever need be.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Marecki, Commissioner Scott, and then Commissioner Baker McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today. Greg, I just want to say what a great job you've done in this last year. I really appreciate it and really appreciate the concentration on the retroactive contracts. If one thing Ray Basham knocked into all of our brains was the retroactive contract. So I know that every time you come in front of us, you are aware of what's going on, and they really have gone down. So I would just really have comments and not questions, but I also appreciate the fact that you guys were able to get us into a tour of CJC as you were desperately trying to move in there by yesterday. And we all enjoyed it, and for all the presentations you gave to CJC. So congratulations on that. It's a beautiful building, and it's so exciting that you're all in there. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Commissioner Scott, then Commissioner Baker McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thank you. Yes. Excellent job. You're just.
I think my questions have been answered. I just wondered how the buildings are being maintained in that. And we kind of talked about that.
Very good.
Yes, and so, now you talked about maybe new buildings. Do you have anything on the horizon that you would be thinking about a new building for?
So as far as a new build, nothing is technically in the works for the new build. I know the county executive has mentioned publicly, we were looking at the feasibility for what we commonly dub in-house as C3, but the potential build for a civil justice center. A civil justice center.
Okay.
So that would be folks in family court, friend of the court, things like that. So you're not on the criminal side. That is, as of right now, that's in the pre-planning or really just kind of seeing what that would entail before we were to truly bring something to the commission, as something that would be concrete. So we haven't gotten there. We're first steps.
Okay.
To even seeing if that's a
If
viable
it's not
thing or
on your list, put it on there, the family
it's on
court.
there. It is definitely on there. Yeah.
Definitely on there, all right.
Much appreciated. We will
Okay,
definitely
put
keep
put
you
that
up to
one
speed.
sort of at the top of the list. We've
Understood.
needed it for some time, okay?
Got it.
All right. Thank you so much, and thank you all for what you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's Commissioner Baker McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Wayne County Commissioner Monique Baker McCormick. I represent Redford Township and Northwest Detroit. And I thank you for all that you do, and ditto to what Commissioner Scott just mentioned about the family court. That was one of the questions I was going to ask. As you look at the buildings that we own, is there enough space to build out a complex such as that? And I wanted to have a better understanding of how many buildings we actually own. I think this is a real short list to what I thought we owned. I think this has maybe about 12 properties on here. Is there more? It should be more properties, right? that we
Yes,
own?
so thank you for that question, Commissioner Baker McCormick. So yes, there are definitely more buildings that are in the county's purview and under the control and the county owns.
And you can give us that list again.
So yeah, I think there would be a much more extensive list. The difference would be is what you're looking at is the list of properties that this department specifically maintains and manages and or leases. That would be the difference.
So, so there's another department that takes care of the other properties?
That is correct.
And what department is that?
So to the chair, excuse me, not to the chair, Commissioner Baker McCormick, I believe that like one, for example, one department would be DPS. There are different budget there are different budgets throughout the county, different sources of revenue. And so mine are focused on the general budget, but amongst those other budgets come other staff, other properties, and those entities would be underneath those departments.
Okay, I see. So under those departments, they take care of those properties and they're not under your
That's correct.
purview. Okay, the question about the CJC we had earlier, and probably any other larger facility, to ensure that we had wheelchairs or scooters, especially in the CJC. I'm not sure if that is on your radar or that you've considered that at all, but that's something that we noticed when we went on the tour. And I think for emergency purposes, we probably need that as well. Okay, and then you talked about the maintenance and upkeep. Commissioner Baidoon asked, was there one or more individuals that worked in a certain facility? Is there a reason why we wouldn't have, and I know it's how you've worked or Wayne County worked in the past, but I think I think we should look at at least one individual managing at least that property for a certain amount of time to kind of really understand it, work out all of the kinks and just trying to figure, how things work in the facility. And I'm not sure if you've thought about it in that way.
Sure. And I'm glad you mentioned that. So under the Wayne County staff, we do have 2 facilities managers that are on site every day within the building. And excuse me for not mentioning that. It's not separate from the trades, but it is a different, it's a little bit different functionality than our forepersons and our tradespersons. But those are 2 people that are employed by Wayne County or on my administrative team that are there every day. We also have, we've partnered with Freedman.
That's what I was going to ask.
And Freedman is managing the customer service side and the general services side, such as landscaping, snow removal, trash removal. They're also for janitorial services, pest control. They're managing that side of the house. And they're also the face of the building when you come in. And if you have a question, there's someone at a centralized desk very close to the entrance of the building. So there are people that are there. And additionally, I will say this, our skilled trades, we have what we call our FM building, our facilities management building. And it does act as a hub where there are tools, resources for our trades to fabricate things that are, to house their tools. And it also serves as a hub where there are multiple people, although they're not technically assigned where they stay there, they use it as a hub and they start their day there. And they're given their work orders and their plans of action. So you will find that there are several people that will start their day there and maybe stay there throughout most of their day, or at least part of their day, based on the needs of the building. And it does act as a hub. So there is a presence on a daily basis. And there are people that, to your point, there are 2 people from the county that are assigned there every single day.
And one last question about there's a budget item for 465,000. 465,000. And you have the increase was for inflationary.
Yeah, I'll better explain that. So there are a couple of things with our budget, and I talked about efficiency. So with every budget, there are multiple line items for different things that you're going to purchase and your different needs. Some of our budget, we just shifted things to different line items. So it looked like there was an increase, but it was typically decreased from somewhere else. The additional cost in the budget mainly came from expected increases from raises and also from CBA agreements. And there was maybe a 5% increase for materials. So when I reviewed the questions and I thought about it a little bit further, some of our items look to be looked as if they changed for a large amount where it may have just been moved to a different line item. So that line item may have been at 50,000 and now it's at 487. And those are some of the changes that happened. I'm a real efficient person, especially when it comes to budgeting. The bigger pot I have to work from, and as long as I know it's in that pot, I'd rather have one larger pot than many small ones. And then so I'm trying to be more efficient there as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just looking at the sustainability of that. That's why I was like, okay, where did that number come from? But thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you. And the last person who will speak, okay, it would be Commissioner Clemente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Something just sparked a question. So we're talking about maintenance of things. And so the parking lots, who is in charge of maintaining the parking lots at the CJC?
So the maintenance that's another service of Freeman. So Freeman has, under their contract, they have a subcontractor that maintains the parking lot. So we have basically the cleaning of the parking lot. We also have a vendor under the Freeman contract that maintains the surveillance, and we have security. So all of those functions of the parking lot, those are maintained that way.
So we heard earlier about signage, that people are having trouble finding their way around. I did not go on the tour, I wasn't able to, but I know we were going to have greeters inside telling people where to go. I don't know if there's something to look at for, about something going on with the parking lot. And are there waste baskets also in the parking lot to make sure that we keep things clean and looking nice? Or is that just they maintain it and we don't worry about that?
That's a great question. That's actually on my list. That is one thing that will be added. Currently to date, we do not have waste baskets. I think that's something that we definitely need to have, and that will be a part of our the services that this vendor, right now, the vendor is responsible for keeping the parking lots clean. But I think it would be even better if we had waste baskets, right? That, as people are throwing things, they don't end up on the ground, they end up hopefully in those waste baskets.
Okay,
And then
perfect.
yes.
Yeah, we want to maintain the look of this, make sure
Absolutely.
that people have a positive experience. So thank you for all your work. Appreciate it.
Okay, Commissioner Baidoon would be the last one.
Thank you. Final question. I'm sorry, I just thought about the signage. Earlier today, they did mention about the parking lot, which is on Russell across the street. They said that maybe people who are visiting, like would-be jurors, didn't know where to park. We just need more adequate signage directing people where to park. And during our last meeting in the committee for the CJC, I did mention signs like bilingual signs, specifically Spanish being the second most spoken language in Wayne County. I'm not saying Andy is looking at me. We're not going to put anything in Greek, Andy, no. Just English and Spanish.
Okay, thank you.
No taking. Thank
So
you.
at this point, I would like to ask if you have any final comments for the committee.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I've appreciated this opportunity thus far. It has definitely been an impactful first year. And I say first year because I want to, of course, continue to do this role. And just thank you for your consideration and your support. And always a pleasure to come in front of the committee.
Thank you, and good luck in the new year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Lastly, we have the Public Services Department.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the Ways and Means Committee budget hearing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee members, and staff of the commission.
So we have in front of us the budget recommendation from CEO Evans as it relates to the department and all of the various responsibilities and roles of the department for the upcoming year. Do you believe that this recommended budget is a sufficient budget for you to carry out the duties in the upcoming fiscal year?
As the former director, yes, I do. Andrew Kandrivas, Assistant County Executive, Mr. Chairman. I believe everybody in the department would say yes, they do. It's a little bit of an awkward moment right now, and I come here out of respect to you and to the new director who was appointed by this commission, Mr. Oledayo Akinyemi, who is here his first day. You probably didn't know it was when you passed his appointment at full board, but today is set for his first day, and I did not want to just throw him to the well-intentioned wolves of the commission, and didn't think that would be a service to all the work that leadership does and management budget does in preparing this budget. If I weren't here as well, although I'm not here to give a typical budget presentation, as now I am fully today with you getting the keys of all the keys to the kingdom, if you will. It's your department. I don't mean to speak for you, Mr. New Director, but I definitely wanted to be here and open up the budget proceedings. Just as a thank you to all of the commission members here and even the ones that aren't here, that aren't on Ways and Means. It's been really great to work with you. I think that you'll enjoy the new team member that we have, and we are all one team in Wayne County. I know that sometimes your interests are particular to certain areas of your district. Sometimes there are particular types of business that DPS does that some of you may be more interested in than others. But we are all on one team, and we all do try, and I can say that for all the members of commission that I've worked with and all the members of the DPS that I've worked with, really try to produce the best results for not just Wayne County residents, but all the people that use our roads, our bridges, our parks, the out-of-town guests that we invite in to use all of our infrastructure. I really am going to lean on my deputy directors. Just to remind you, we have two wonderful deputy directors in DPS. DPS it's a huge department. We have 6 different divisions, and it's almost like having 5 departments, if you will, or at least 3 different departments at sometimes. The big one, as you all are very familiar with, is the road fund agency, if you will, the road fund divisions, 3 divisions that fall under the road fund. And that is headed as a deputy director by Mr. Scott Cabwatton. You should all be familiar with Scott by now. One of the first things I was able to do, and probably my greatest success as director of this department, I believe, was bringing in Mr. Cabwatton. I think he continues to offer really good a viewpoint on what's available out there. Sometimes it's nice to bring in a fresh set of eyes to the department. And so we were able to bring in Scott as deputy director from outside of Wayne County, which was very nice. So Scott will handle the equipment, the roads maintenance, and the engineering divisions during this budget hearing. Of course, you are all well familiar with Elmika Steele, Esquire, and Elmika is drain commissioner, but she's also deputy director over environmental services and parks. And so if it's okay with all of you, I will hand over the mic to the new director to say a few words. And then if we can start with Elmika's group and get that, I'll sit in the front row. I'm not dodging any questions or any issues you might have. I have a list of things that I think are accomplishments that I'd love to talk about, but I'm not going to take any time up. I want to make sure this budget gets passed. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Through the chair, Dayo Akinyemi, Director for Wayne County Department of Public Services. It's a pleasure to be here today. 6th hour in, it's been very, very memorable 6 hours already. So I'm excited for this. But before I started my day today, I got a good briefing, and I was telling the team that I reviewed it till about 1 a.m. this morning. So I'm decently versed in the content of it. Then we've had a few sessions this morning to get fully briefed on it. I'll be handing over the microphone to Ms. Elmaker Steele to go ahead and speak to the details of it, but looking forward to working with you all. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. So before you begin your presentation, we'd just like to ask if you can talk about, some of the challenges of the current year and some of the successes, as well as some of the top line initiatives in the upcoming year. Because as has been already stated, you've been before this commission a few times, both to address emergencies as well as to talk about some infrastructure needs in which you require this commission vote. So if you would just, a top line, and then we'll entertain questions from the commissioners as relates to your operations, and we'll do the same with you as well.
Okay,
Thank you.
very good. Good afternoon, Chair Kinlock, and to the other commissioners who are present. I'm Elmaker Steele again. I think it may be easier to just to make sure we keep things separate, maybe to talk divisions specific, if that's okay. And so I can start with our Environmental Services Division, and we do have our Division Director, Patrick Cullen, who is here, along with Assistant Division Director, Elizabeth Barrera. So as was mentioned, I think what are some of the challenges? I think that was your first question. So infrastructure by nature is a challenge, even under the best of conditions. One example, and we did address this in our responses to the commission, if we're looking specifically on the environmental side, is with stormwater management. We certainly budget according to the activities that we intend to complete in the upcoming fiscal year. But if we were putting a bigger lens on things when it comes to infrastructure, there is always the need for more money. When we talk about stormwater in particular, there is not a dedicated funding source for stormwater management. So Environmental Services Division manages the county's stormwater management permit that's issued by the state of Michigan and Eagle, and that permit has certain requirements of things that you are supposed to do in terms of mapping out all your stormwater infrastructure and other requirements you have to meet. And so some of you may be familiar with Bolt v. Lansing. It was a Michigan Supreme Court decision that said that there's a distinction between a fee and a tax. And so there have been some prior attempts before to sort of to charge landowners a fee in order to fund your stormwater activities, and that was shot down. There is a current Senate Bill 660 that is pending right now in the Michigan legislature that would allow for local units of government to enact a stormwater ordinance that would allow for a stormwater fee to be charged, so that right now you won't have what we like to say unfunded mandates, where there are certain activities and programs we're required to perform where there is not a dedicated funding source for them. So that's just one example. Of course, I always, whenever I can, I talk about our county drains. Many of you know, probably by heart, I always say our Michigan legislature, our Michigan Drain Code, we have a limit on how much we can spend on drain maintenance. And that limit is $5,000 per mile annually. And there are some limited exceptions in which you can exceed that, but that's pretty much it. And so that is another area where oftentimes we want to be able to do more maintenance on our county drains, but there's that limit there. And that sometimes will result in us not being able to do as much as we want. There is a bill pending right now in the Michigan legislature, House Bill 5188, that would increase the maintenance limit. Don't fall out of your chairs, from $5,000 to $10,000 per mile annually. So every little bit we hope will help. There's also another package of bills that are also pending that would allow some additional amendments to the drain code to give us some greater stormwater management tools and setting up watershed management plans. We have to be able to address our infrastructure wisely. All of you know the rain is coming. The rain is more intense. And so we really need to make sure that we're preparing today for the needs of today, but also to be able to prepare for tomorrow. I know I've said a lot, and I want to get to the second part of your question. as well. And just in terms of some of the initiatives or the things that are coming up on the environment side, we also have, we're in the middle of, we own and operate the Rouge Valley Sewage Disposal System, which serves a large part of Western Wayne County. We are in the middle of a long-term corrective action plan. It'll be 10 to 12 years, over $100 million invested into the Rouge Valley system to make it more resilient and to also make sure that we're reducing sanitary sewer overflows, which is unfortunately sometimes that will happen if we have discharges to the environment. So we're definitely making improvements to our infrastructure, but I could always use more money. And I think everyone here at the table would probably say the same thing about our roads and bridges and everything else that we're required to maintain. And
Thank
so
you.
with that, I guess if there are any questions.
Thank you. Now I'm going to start with my colleagues on the right from Commissioner Scott and working this way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any at the moment, but thank you for
Thank you.
being here.
Thank you.
And if I come up with some, you know, I'll always call you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baker McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a couple of questions, but I don't think these are related to your department.
Okay, sure.
Unless you can clarify if there is any projects for Redford Township that you impact the drains or?
Sure. Well, so there are some county drains in Redford. There's not a specific project. I guess I can, you know, say that it is right now, this particular project is a Redford Township project. But we obviously perform maintenance on drains as needed if we ever receive any service requests.
Okay, but no current projects underway.
Right.
Okay, and by the way, I am Monique Baker McCormick, Commissioner in Redford Township, as well as West Detroit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Clemente.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Not really a question, but a comment. And welcome, Director, to your first budget hearing. So being the first reach of the drain in Lincoln Park, thank you for being proactive to my residents and myself when we saw what clear cutting actually meant. It was quite a shock, but I have been educating along with you, learning about drains and how to explain to people. And I think that's super important. When you had your second meeting, you had a lot of people there to help people understand what we were doing and why we were doing it. So I appreciate you doing that. Maintenance is going to be something that everyone's going to be looking for, and restoration. So I hope as much as it looks like now that the restoration and the other things will continue. And if you could please tell me, I guess I do have a question, where you're at right now? Are you done with
So
Reach
we are
One?
still in Reach One, and I am, we're referring to a project along North Branch Ecorse Creek Drain. And thank you for the support of the commission. This was $10 million of Wayne County ARPA funds that were granted for this particular project. And this drain, it services 9 communities in Wayne County, over 50,000 parcels. And it's a perfect example of, you know, how little that maintenance limit is. So we've had residents who normalize seeing a lot of trees within the drain easement. And we are educating, and thank you for your support, Commissioner Clemente, you know, educating our residents to understand, think of your drain like a utility. You think about electricity poles, you don't see a lot of trees around them because in an emergency or just general maintenance, you want to be able to get to your infrastructure as quickly as you can. And you need to also be able to have access with heavy equipment like an excavator. So we are certainly tree clearing. We are doing that, not cutting down every single tree. That was a question that come up before, but we are clear cutting many trees, again, to make sure we have that maintenance access And many of our service requests along the drain are residents who will call 888 road crew and say, there's a tree that fell in off the top of bank into the drain, causing a log jam. And so that's another reason for us to do this. We certainly hope that there will be funding in place at some point to do a larger project along North Branch Ecorse Creek Drain. So the work we're doing today will absolutely help us in terms of being able to facilitate a larger project. But we're still in Reach 1. We will soon be starting Reach 2. We'll be sending out notifications to those landowners here coming up in the next week or so. So they'll start getting those little postcards in the mail telling them that construction will start. And then we'll keep moving up. We're hoping to get up through Dearborn Heights. So it would be a total of 7 reaches. That's what we're forecasting right now, that the $10 million, it sounds like a lot, but when you have, so many miles of drain to complete, we're thinking we will get through Dearborn Heights. And hopefully, again, there will be more money in the future for us to be able to do some additional projects like this.
And I just wanted to mention to the other commissioners, if you're seeing something from Becker about updates, that is what's going on in Lincoln Park and going forward. I think that's very important for us to get those updates.
Yes.
The whole roads division, all of the meetings that you're having for communities, I think is super important because education is key, being transparent is very key. So anytime that I can join in on anything that you're doing, I learn a lot, and I think it's helpful for us to keep communicating correctly with the correct words
Absolutely.
On these projects. So thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marecki.
Thank you, Mr. Sitting in Chair. Thank you for being here. Welcome, Director. It's nice to have you starting finally. I just have a couple questions.
Yes.
Do you know what the history is of why you only can spend 5,000?
Believe it or not, it's 5,000 now. I mean, well, the drain code was enacted in 1956. The limit has increased throughout the decades, but it has definitely, I think it was like 5,000. It's 5,000 now. Previously, it was like 2,500, 1,500. It was $800. So there's sort of a philosophy. Some will say that you want to try to keep taxes as low, assessment, because these are assessed back to landowners or back to municipalities. So you want to keep the costs as low as possible. I think that often the Michigan Association of County Drain Commissioners over the years has made numerous attempts to introduce legislation to increase the limit over the years. And sometimes, as I mentioned, it would get passed, but oftentimes it would not. I think some of it is maybe just general, not public, the public not really understanding, or elected officials not really understanding how drains are funded, not understanding how it works. Oftentimes we will have conversations with landowners who truly believe that there is a pot of general fund money with the county that pays for drain maintenance. And when we explain to them that, no, it's not funded that way, I mean, they're sort of shocked. They think that we get money from the state, like, you must get money from the state like roads does. No, we do not. So once you start to explain to people how drains are really funded in terms of the maintenance, then the light bulb kind of goes on where they understand the need for why you need to do some additional increases. And obviously, I think everyone will agree there needs to be more investment. I've not spoken with one person say, oh, no, we need to stop doing less work on the drains. They just have not always understood how things are funded.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And in some of the responses you gave to the fiscal agency, it was noted that that Wayne County is going to have to produce a complete system map of its stormwater system. And this is going to cost several million dollars.
That was an example where I was saying before about the stormwater utility legislation. So
that's one of the legislations.
Well, this is a requirement right now in the permit that we manage. It was just to give an example of why there's a need and a necessity to get dedicated funding sources. So again, there are requirements of things that we should be doing, and we do as much as we can with the funding that we have available, but there's certainly a need to really try to get some additional funding. And that was like an example we wanted to just give, to just sort of highlight, you know, where we see a need. And again, there is a Senate bill that's pending. Again, I don't know if it'll get adopted, but I just wanted to just make you aware of that.
Okay, so that Senate bill would be addressing.
It would
some of
help
this?
to, well, it would first enable local governments to enact an ordinance to then
Okay.
establish a stormwater utility fee.
Okay. Okay, when you were talking about that, I didn't know it was pertaining particularly to
Yes.
that. Okay, and the last question I have, Pat was in DPS.
I'll pass the microphone to Patrick.
Hello,
You were-
Commissioner.
Yes.
Hello. So you were kind enough to be at the COPS meeting the other day and explain this new program that's going on. And maybe you could just in a capsule, explain it to the commissioners that aren't on COPS about the material management plan.
Yes, and that is going to be on the agenda for full board tomorrow.
Right.
So thank you, Commissioner. Yes, the state of Michigan, a year and a half ago, well, it's almost 2 years now, implemented a major, or the legislature passed a major revision to the State Solid Waste Management Act. And part of that rewriting of the rules that manages not only waste disposal facilities, but county planning. One of the major elements is they have asked all 83 counties in the state of Michigan to write or redo or resubmit their county solid waste management plan. Some counties in rural areas of the state are doing regional plans. They're partnering together. Those of us in Southeast Michigan have such a large stake in the waste disposal business that we're doing our own plans internally. And there's a lot of different reasons that I won't get into today why we want to do that. But tomorrow, the commission is going to consider a resolution to authorize our division to submit a notice of intent to the state to submit our plan. And also establish a new material management planning committee. Used to be known as the Solid Waste Planning Committee, but it's now known as the Materials Management Planning Committee. And there's a shift in focus today on how we describe and talk about the things that we throw away, the things that we discard. We used to call it solid waste or trash. We now like to refer to them as materials, as a recognition that there are a lot of things that we're disposing that we shouldn't be, or can do better with and do different things with. And really, it's a goal statewide to try to increase the state's recycling rate. And hopefully in our new planning process, we're going to increase the county's recycling rate as well. So we've proposed a committee that's been defined about who's in it kind of by state law that you'll consider tomorrow. And it's a 3-year process. We have 3 years to develop this plan. The commission has to approve it. We also have to go to all 43 municipalities and get their sign off on it as well. So it's a huge work effort that we're going to be getting kicked off this fall.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now go to Commissioner Baidoon, then Commissioner Anderson.
Okay, I will yield to Commissioner Anderson and then Commissioner Scott, and I'll be the last one.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to catch Patrick while he was still here to ask him a quick question. I received a few complaints. We're talking about the disposal, hazardous disposal or recycling schedule. The one that was for this past Saturday received a few complaints, and I'm sure someone didn't see that it was on Labor Day weekend. And a lot of people say, I'm going out of town. And I'm thinking to myself, well, if I really wanted to get rid of things, I'd probably try to stick around and get that taken care of first. But I think there were, because of inconvenience, it might have been a little lighter. I'm not sure how the turnout was for that at Westland Mall parking lot. But if we could take a good look at that in the future and make sure it doesn't fall on a holiday weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. That is, we have to coordinate the schedules with the facilities that host it. So in this case with Westland Shopping Center, we need to get their agreement as well as available dates for the contractor. This was an unusual weekend to have it. We usually have it earlier in August. And I agree, that was not an ideal weekend for us to hold that event. Please encourage your residents to contact our office to receive a voucher where they could also take their household hazardous waste materials to our contractor's facility in Livonia, and they could drop it off, at their leisure.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just wanted the new director to know that Patrick has always been so responsive on things. I really appreciate the team that you've got there. And Amika, she is the professional that everyone recognizes that Wayne County has someone they'd all like to have. But you've done a tremendous job, and I think you've got a good team. But I did want to ask that the drain that crosses Hicks Road south of Ford Road, I believe it was a couple of years ago that I submitted something on that, or my office submitted it. It's really pretty clogged up, and it's causing water to back up to the condos there, and in danger of almost getting into their condos.
Yep. So Willow Creek Drain is actually very interesting. We literally were just emailing about that earlier today. So we are actually looking at, we have a list of projects that are under what we call petition. And we actually just were kind of corresponding. There were some emails about moving that one up on the priority list. So we're actually going to be looking at starting design on that one sooner rather than later, which will then, that will probably take about a year, and then be able to do some construction on that within the next couple of years. In the meantime, if there are ever, and we try to emphasize this for the residents, there's two things that discussions can be happening ongoing. First, with the local municipalities, we're reminding our municipalities, I've talked about that $5,000 per mile maintenance limit. If the local communities that are assessed more than 20% of the cost adopt a resolution that will allow us to exceed the maintenance limit, we can actually do some additional maintenance until the larger project is completed. It may not solve every problem along a drain, but we could do some things, for example, additional sediment removal, some bank stabilization, to try to address some of the landowner concerns until the larger project is completed. That's number one. And we really are encouraging our local communities to do that. And we can certainly work with them in terms of making that additional maintenance to be within a budget or cost that they're comfortable with. And then also, we just also want to remind residents to call 888 Road Crew. If there were ever any emergency conditions that existed on a drain, the drain code does give authority to abate an emergency. You can't like do the whole project and call it an emergency, but if there was truly ever an emergency that was in existence, we could immediately go out and address it. So those are two things that we do keep, available, and that's something that we can keep in mind until we get the larger project completed.
That's great to hear. And I thank you very much and appreciate what you guys are doing.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Scott, and then Commissioner Baydun.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I didn't have any, but talking about these drains, now, within the last few years, in my inner city, I represent Highland Park, Hamtramck, portions of Detroit. Now, do we have any drains that we pay into?
So here, when I use the word drain, I am talking specifically about sometimes it is an open ditch, or it could be an enclosed pipe that was specifically has a legal definition under the Michigan Drain Code. Now, many, many, many years ago, there's a section of the Drain Code that allows for relinquishment of drains. So many, many years ago, the city of Detroit said, we want to take over our own drain. So the drain commissioner at that time relinquished. So when we look at a map, when you look at the map of the drains within the county, you'll notice there's like a big section exactly where your district is, where you won't see drains on the map because those were relinquished.
Okay, but that drainage that we pay it with our water bill, that's through the
Different.
city. That's
Correct, exactly.
that other place over
Correct.
there that deals with all our water.
Yes.
Okay. And I guess that's it.
Okay.
Other than that, I guess the only thing I have is out of drive when it comes.
Oh, okay. That's gonna be coming up with Scott in a minute.
He don't want to hear me say anything about out of dry.
Get ready,
But I
Scott, get
get-
ready.
But anyway, thank you all for what you do, because I know all the big drains and stuff is out in Western Wayne or somewhere, I guess. All right. Well, thank you so
Thank you.
much.
So thank you for your presentation as relates to your division. So we're gonna do division wise, you were saying?
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Baydun.
The acting chair gets the last word. Okay, I just want to thank Mrs. Steele.
Yes.
New director, Akinyami, welcome. And Patrick, we're counting on you. You're gonna stop that waste from coming to Michigan and redirect it to go into Canada. Yeah. And Andy Kendrivis, I want to thank you publicly for all your years at the DPS. Thank you for everything you have done. And I couldn't miss this opportunity without highlighting one of your biggest assets in the DPS, which is Steve Shea. Steve, he makes all of us look good in our districts, I'll tell you. Anytime even at 11:30 at night, he answers my text. And a lot of times he comes through, many times he has the answer immediately. And Sami Khaldi, thank you for taking the calls on the Miller Bridge. He's also another asset for the department. Scott, I have a quick question for you.
Wait, we're gonna go to Scott. We're gonna transfer.
Oh.
Yeah, so she was just giving
I see.
her
Okay.
division,
All right.
and then we're going to the other division.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
If
Yeah.
I could have, unless there were any more questions for environment, I'll have Alicia swap chairs, Alicia Bradford swap chairs with Patrick, and then if that's okay, we'll do parks. Okay, and then we can, because I can tell they're ready for roads.
So in which order did you want to go in?
So if we can, Parks is the last division, that is under, my team, and then
Your
we can
purview.
switch over to the road fund.
That will
Okay,
work.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'll let Ms. Bradford introduce herself. I know you guys already know her.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the chair, Alicia Bradford, DPS Parks Division Director.
She's another one who takes at night. Yes, so we definitely, thank you. So you can begin.
Thank you so much. Well, I think that Director Steele indicated about the divisions that's under her purview. Parks Division, of course, we consider ourselves the feel-good division. We know my colleagues do a lot of impactful work, but we do as well with leading with myself and our deputy, Mr. David Cartwright, and our fantastic team at Parks Division. We again maintain over 5,200 acres of park space, some regional park system, including Hines, Crosswinds Marsh, parks that we have within specific communities that touch your district, Inkster, Redford Township at Bell Creek, Kinlock, and others that we have. We're also responsible for Elizabeth Park in our marina, as well as our Inkster Valley Golf Course. But in that, we work to strive to be impactful with our capital dollars that we receive through the park millage outside of our operations. 70% of the park millage goes to our operations, which includes our staff, our utilities, for our equipment and the like. And then our capital funds go toward the projects that are allocated from the commission in your 15 districts. And then roughly about 1.2 to 1.3 million that is left for our Wayne County parks in order to be impactful with our infrastructure through those playscapes, respond to any of the strategic planning initiatives that we have from community engagement of what they like to see in the park. So we've been able to successfully do that, of course, with the millage that had passed this year. So thank you all for your support and definitely to the community, but as well as any grants and other partnerships that we have developed that seek out opportunities to increase our funding in order to be able to do the infrastructure projects, programming, and special events that we offer all year round within our park system. And I'll be happy to entertain any questions that you may
If I
have.
can jump in with one thing, Alicia, Parks is award winning. Can you talk a little bit about the award? No, please, we gotta brag while we're here.
Thank you so much for the reminder. So this year, Parks won 3 awards, if I am correct. One is from our APWA for our Fishway project, which is in Dearborn. And we had to keep Commissioner Baydoun from walking back there some days, but he was good eyes on the project. It was about a 3-year project, probably a little longer than we wanted to, but just what it was able to restore, being able to allow, as we're stewards of the environment, either through, our natural as well as our fishways and waterways. So in order to create an opportunity for the fishway to be able to spawn, to be able to migrate along the river, we were able to open up that access. So we were recognized by APWA. We were also recognized by SIMCOG as the regional leader of the award that we received back in June, I believe. And there will also have an upcoming award that will be received at our National Parks and Recreation Association in October for the same project. So the project has been a fantastic win for definitely for the county executive, the leadership of DPS, and our parks team as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I can definitely tell you, myself and the residents of my district appreciate the timeliness as well as the cooperation that you have demonstrated with the City of Detroit Parks and Recreation Department. You move pretty fast and getting me information to the point that you're always ready, waiting, and wind up waiting for other folks to move. So I thank you and for all of that. So one thing that I'd like to mention, the division, there's the budget is presented to us, and then the commission looks at it and may make some recommended changes. One specific one I did mention to you, it has been mentioned by this commission over the past year regarding Hines Park and a basketball court. And so we are going to be allocating about $100,000 in the budget to refurbish this basketball court for the young people in the area. And so just want to bring you on note of that as well. And with that, I will now go to commissioners, Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Baker McCormick and Commissioner Scott and Commissioner Clemente and Commissioner Marecki and okay, so all the commissioners.
Everybody.
We'll start on the left.
Thank you
We'll
very
start
much.
here. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Alicia, thank you for being here. And I know a couple of these line we've talked about, but I know there's people that might be tuning in when they have nothing else better to do than to watch a commission meeting. There's, and again, I've forgotten every time to mention I'm Wayne County Commissioner Glenn Anderson. I represent Livonia and all of Westland and a portion of Livonia. One of the things that we've talked about in the past, I think at Holiday Park, and I know I got to tell members of the commission, I know Commissioner Marecki was at one of the meetings, or maybe both of them, when they met with community residents about Holiday Park and improvements that are going to be are planned for that. Can you give us an update on that project? I know it seems like the last meeting that we had at Nankin Mills was that maybe they were going to go out for some bids on some of it and see how much we can do with the funds that are available.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, Commissioner Anderson, you are correct. We had a meeting with the residents about Holiday Nature Preserve and looking at phases of that preserve, of Kaepernick, of Cowan, and of the Newburgh, and also the Ellsworth section. And so what we did, we got feedback from the community. We had another subsequent meeting with some of the key stakeholders, Holiday Nature Preserve Association, as well as some of the residents that really wanted to have additional discussion about some of the access areas at Kaepernick. And so we've taken that feedback. We have now been working with our procurement team, and we're just waiting for the buyer in order to send out the solicitation for invitation to bid. That should be forthcoming within a few weeks. And we will see from our scope of work of what our design team and our consultant provided to us to see what that cost is to come back. We did allocate through our ARPA funding, roughly about $4.5 million from the funding to Holiday Nature Preserve, and we were able to secure additional $1.5 million for our Friends of Wayne County Parks from a funder in order to support the Ralph C. Wilson Jr. Foundation. So a total of $6 million will be allocated for this fiscal year with the ARPA funding and with the budget allocation that we have. So that should be going out for bid within the next few weeks. We'll see what our numbers come back to, as we said to the community. 6 million sounds a lot, but when we look at the vast amount of 7 miles of a holiday nature preserve, and some of the infrastructure that needs to be removed and put in place with some connecting bridges, it does not go a long way, but we will definitely take a look and look strategically and establish those priorities and have a follow-up conversation with the community just to let them know how we'll be moving forward with that.
Thank you for that update. I also wanted to mention, and I know I've talked to some of the other commissioners and members of this committee about the forestry division and having some additional tree trimmers. We have one, I believe, correct?
We have one budget in the Parks Division, yes.
And I would hope that we can find a way to come up with some additional funding for, and I'm sure if we could provide them, the director would appreciate having them, maybe to get up to 6 or 7 or maybe even more, but we need to get caught up with a lot of the trees that have become overgrown, some of them that are, I mean, the department has been really good about addressing the ones that are dangerous for the most part, but I think we've got a lot of trees that are overgrown. When you drive out Hines Drive, even you'll see a lot of those, and some of them that border residential areas that are in our parks. But I'd appreciate your support for that, and we'll hopefully internally within the committee we'll be able to find some dollars to do that.
But if I may, I'm sorry, if I may, I just want to add.
Sure.
Again, of course, our Parks Division addresses trees as we can, but we lend a lot on our Roads Division. Steve Shea and Joe Tomasek and Robin Rivers, their team and their forestry unit helps us get to those dangerous trees that we're unable to access. So our Parks team does do a wonderful job, definitely with our Assistant Division Director, Mr. Cartwright, but our Roads Division helps us out considerably. So if there is funding to help with tree trimming, it does alleviate us having to call on them because they have their own priorities as well. And then we'll be able to address it on a more regular basis because we do have an assessment of those dangerous trees within the park system, those that need to be removed, elevated, and things of that nature. So if it can be considered, that would be fantastic.
Okay, and with that, I'd like Mary, our fiscal staff to take note of that, and we'll have some further conversations with management and budget and the appropriate division heads, directors, the new director. You. Right, no, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again, Alicia.
Okay, Commissioner Baydun.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question. I just want to thank you, Alicia Bradford, for all you do to make our community parks beautiful. Thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now start on my right. We'll go to Commissioner Clemente and then.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just looking at your goals for this year and had a question about the sensory programs that you're going to be working on. If you could just kind of give us a little overview of that. And I can't remember what else I had, but we'll start there.
Thank you. Through the chair, Commissioner Clemente. So this year, our team, our recreation team, led by Kim Healy, we looked to try to address initiatives and also to provide programming that's accessible to everyone. And so we started introducing at our Marshmallow Drop this year, sensory area. We came in a little early. We enlisted support from the fire department, from Livonia and Westland, that provided some quiet opportunity for those people that have those special considerations that they need in order to be part of the programming opportunity, which was well received. They asked for more, so we started incorporating that on a large number of our events. And we are certified, our team is certified. We are designated as a Culture City location for sensory services. The Tigers has that as well at their facility. So we're proud of that. And so we're just trying to expand the programming and opportunities, again, that we make our programs accessible for everyone with all abilities. So we'll be introducing a sensory swim and some other type of programs that we'll be introducing for next year.
Just please let us, I know we have our booklet, but please let us know about that. We have a lot of constituents that would be interested, and I think highlighting the great things that we have in Wayne County for people to participate in is super important. So thank you for your innovation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Baker McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I am Monique Baker McCormick, Wayne County Commissioner. I represent Redford Township and Northwest Detroit. Thank you. Thank you for all that you do in our parks. I mean, we've worked on together since I've been a commissioner, probably 4 parks and at least 4 in my district. And everybody is ecstatic about all of the changes. And I know it just isn't from Wayne County, it's Detroit, but we work well together. We're going to have our first dog park that I've been itching for since day one. So I'm just really excited about that. You have the Congresswoman, Rashida Tlaib. She's just ready for it too. So I appreciate that. The question I had was a little bit more detail about the sensory programs. Is that something we can include in our parks and individual districts? How does that work, and what does that exactly look like? You said swimming. Is it swimming in silence?
So thank you to the chair, Commissioner Baker McCormick. So the sensory is basically where individuals may get overstimulated and may need an area to just decompress, have some quiet time, being able to focus their attention, to ground them, I guess, holistically, to be able to participate in the programs, or especially designed for them specifically to be able to have that atmosphere where they can be themselves. And so that may mean a quiet aspect of it, as we said with our marshmallow drop. If you've come to our marshmallow drop, we're dropping marshmallows from the sky. It's music, a lot of activities, kids are running out, doing a lot of things that may be overstimulated for them. So what we did is just provided a quieter version for them to understand it and enjoy it. So that's basically what we would do with our sensory swim as well, where the water park is open. You know, we have everyone from the community where we would just have a specialized time for individuals that require that special attention or that other opportunity to be able to engage, just to be able to provide that for them as well. So just trying to incorporate space again, that, as I said, that's all inclusive for everyone, all abilities to enjoy the park system.
Okay, and speaking of the water parks, it says revenue of 200,000. Is that correct? Or award? I'm sorry, it says award amount here. How many water parks do we have?
Through the chair, we have 1 water park that's within Chandler Park, within the city of Detroit.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, wait a minute, does this say 2? But it's it looks like a grant, I guess, that we get for the water park there. You know,
through the chair, we do not receive a grant for the water park.
It says award this year, 2023, 24. Maybe I'm reading from a certain page here. Never mind. I was looking at that and trying to figure out what this amount was.
It probably was from the park millage. It might be for a project within Chandler Park, from the commissioner for the park millage.
Okay.
But the operation of Wayne County Parks Aquatic Facility is the revenue that we receive, where we operate as a professional services agreement with a vendor that operates that for us.
Okay. And do we envision in your goals, do you anticipate, or have we looked at other water parks as the summers are longer? And it's hotter. Have we looked at anything like that? I don't know.
Through the chair, I'm not sure of your question. Have we looked at building
water parks?
Or have we
additional water parks?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but just the undertaking of a water park system of that volume. We have a goal to just expand that water park facility. It's aged water park. It's nearly 30 years old. So a lot of the infrastructure is starting to deteriorate, where we have to focus some of our capital agenda toward that. So to acquire or expand out to other locations really would not be feasible. What we're hoping to do is address those infrastructure needs now and then expand. We have plans for a lazy river there as well. And so that's just our focus. If we get a voluminous amount of money, or a benefactor that just loves parks and wants to leave billions and millions and billions and trillions, we definitely can find find something to do with that.
I get it. I get it.
Thank you.
Again, I'm just thinking outside the box because it is, it's very hot summers now, and it's just I've been to the water park before there, and it's a great water park. If we had it in another location, that would be great. But I
We would
get
love
it.
to, we would
the-
love to do that.
have the
We
money,
definitely
but-
would love to do that. But we are going to do some other type of elements that will hopefully address some gaps as far as water features
Okay.
and uniqueness for communities.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any additional question? Oh, Commissioner Scott and then Commissioner Marecki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, and I'm glad we still have Chandler Park over there. I remember first it was some kind of contention going on. But we were able to hold on to it and I think it's in Hemlock's district, but land borders it. And it's really, really nice. One of my former Highland. Guess I don't keep it down far enough. Okay, thank you. My former Highland Parker that runs the park over there, Chandler Park, and does a great job. And I just want to thank you for my parks, what we do in Highland Park and in Hamtramck, the Negro League over there. It is such a beautiful park now.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. And Hamtramck, that's Hamtramck. And in Detroit, we're building that fence or something with the murals going across it. And that was something different. So thank you so much for that. That is just a great block club that is working on that. So I am grateful for that. And then Highland Park, we even got an outdoor gymnasium, I guess you'd call it. And that's really nice. So thank you so much for all that you do. I do appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Alicia, for being here. And you and your staff are just great to work with. And the COPS committee works with you all the time, and I know all the commissioners do. I just have a couple quick questions. I wanted to say something too. I grew up near Bell Creek Park in Livonia, right on the corner of Redford and Livonia. That park Sunday was packed with people. I mean, that's really an improvement over the years, because I remember growing up, nobody was really there. So a lot of people were using it. Excuse me. I think I read somewhere about a food truck day. Did I read that here? Can you tell me about that?
So thank you.
My
Through the
favorite
chair,
thing in the world.
Commissioner Marecki, it's just some of our planning and what we're hoping, it may be during one of our Saturdays in the park where we may close down a portion of Heinz and just have a major food truck rally. I mean, it's just duplicating, our colleagues have done it with the DNR out at Belle Isle. Just try to enlist and have, some activities and fun, and also just a variety of food trucks in the park system that they'll be able to enjoy. We're still in the initial planning stage, but those are some of the plans that our team, Mr. Cartwright, myself, try to charge our recreation team. We're coming up with at least 1 to 2 new kind of program activities for the upcoming year. So those are some of the thoughts that we're working on for that.
No, and you have a real creative team, so it's really nice. And just one quick on what Commissioner Anderson said. As far as the money for the tree trimmers, are tree trimmers hard to find?
Through the chair, they are, Commissioner Marecki, but really through the collaborative bargaining process that we've been going through for the past year and a half, we've looked at some of the market analysis with the PH&R team, as well as with our COO and through the county executive's office. So we've tried to look at that market analysis, those salaries that would probably give us the ability to attract individuals. And I think we have a fair market analysis that's been offered that will at least make us competitive with the private entities such as Davy and other tree companies. So we're hoping, looked at that with coupled with our benefits, that we may be able to recruit and retain individuals in order to do that service for us.
Okay, very good. Thank you, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you for recognizing me a second time. I did just recall there was another thing that I wanted to ask Ms. Bradford. Where are we at on the signage issue? We have a
Wouldn't even
couple of
consider.
signs that are in Westland that were, one of them that was removed. I think the other one may still be there on Cowan Road, that were in the list, I think, of signs. Do you know where we're at on those?
Through the chair, Commissioner Anderson, yes, those have been approved. We're just not proceeding with that until we start all of our construction within Holiday Nature Preserve. And then we'll put all of that replacement signs in. So that's part of the plan. It's already been approved. And they're just waiting for us to proceed with some of our project. Then we'll put those necessary signs in, wayfinding signs within the preserve, and then putting those main entry signs too as well.
Are they going to be very similar to the signs that were there?
They are, but taken in some of the context of just the natural space, but they will be similar to our whole campaign for the park system.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Brett. Okay, Commissioner Baker McCormick.
One quick question. I just thought about the water elements that you said. There may be some opportunities for water elements. What does that look like?
Through the,
Do you know?
through the chair, yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
okay.
Splash pads, probably splash pads and other elements. A lot of, just for information purposes, a lot of communities and departments are not operating pool systems and water parks.
Okay.
A lot of them, because of the cost overhead operations. So trying to introduce some water features within particular areas. So that may be a small splash pad. It might be just a small water feature, similar to the riverfront where there's just activated kind of jets that may come up. So just
Spraying.
something similar to that.
Okay.
Yes.
That sounds good.
Good question.
Because I was thinking about just adding it into the dog park area for next year. So
You talk to your city and I'm sure they'll be able to help you out a
well,
little
you
bit.
know, we just put a water fountain in, which was like we went back and forth with that. So even to get a water fountain was difficult, but okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford. Appreciate you,
you.
as always when you come before us. And so the next division who will be up is
Thank
road.
you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Scott Kebwatten, Deputy Director, DPS over the Roads Fund. So kind of a quick overview of DPS roads. We have 4 divisions of the 6 divisions for DPS. Starting off with administration, your division director there is Derek Coley. Then we move over into our equipment division, which is led by Angelia Miller, division director there. We also have our engineering division, which is led by Sammy Caldy. We have Sammy Caldy as our division director of engineering. And we also have Steve Shea as our division director of roads maintenance. There's many other DPS. When we come to a meeting, we bring lots of people. So we also have the assistant division directors and some senior level executives that are with us today as well. So all in short, a lot of what the roads fund side has experienced is what you've heard from Elmika on that side. Wayne County and DPS in specific, we're a service delivery machine. We deliver service, and 2 things we need to deliver service are people and equipment. And so over the last couple of years, just to remind you, I started with DPS back in August of 22. It's been a quick 2 years. It seems like already. It seems like just yesterday. There's still things that kind of surprise me. Haven't come across that yet, but we've been very low in employment, employees. And that's really the key to, delivering good service. We've gone out and we've hired some contractors. Some contractors are really good. Some contractors we've parted ways with because they haven't delivered the service. And they're, and then there's a couple that we've had to help along the way by supplementing, not only, not having them provide the service, but supplementing the service with in-house crews. Our goal is through collaborative, the results of collaborative bargaining, as you heard about the tree trimmers, bringing people in wages up to market. We continue to see that, we're kind of on the front end of the benefits of that right now, meaning that we're seeing a lot of we're seeing some people apply to positions that we haven't seen applied for in years. Our equipment division has been very short on people and staff. It's forced us to go out to vendors and rely heavily on vendors. Vendors are having the same problems that we were having in-house. It's hard to attract mechanics. It's hard to attract certain skill sets, tree trimmers. There's just certain jobs that are not desirable for folks anymore, not as much as they used to be. I hope that tide turns, but in the meantime, we do have to, be a competitive. We don't necessarily have to be at the very top, but on the pay scale, but we do have to be competitive. And, I'm happy to say that we are in the process of seeing, of hiring some new people, especially our mechanics. I'd say at this point, we can't get the positions wrecked quick enough for mechanics. We have several that are waiting for that posting to go up, and as soon as it goes up, we get applicants. And so we hire, and then we're kind of working through that process right now. As we see more skilled employees, whether it's, employees that are PSMWs, that's the base of the majority of our workforce, or whether it's skilled trades, mechanics or carpenters or whatever the case may be, we're able to scale back on those vendors because those vendors are very expensive for us. And so, yes, we're paying more. In our budget, you'll see an increase in wages and increase in salaries, but overall, and there is an increase in vendor services as well. But the long term is that we will be scaling back on those vendor services and providing more service in-house, so that when Commissioner Baydoun calls at 11:30 at night, we're able to respond quickly and promptly. I got the thumbs up from the commissioner, so good. So, we are, by just looking at the numbers right now, we're roughly about 44% vacancy on the roads fund side with positions. You're looking at, that's everything. That's anything from an engineer to a general laborer to seasonal laborers, to everything that we have budgeted, clerical positions, PSMWs. It's kind of the whole house. So our focus and our goal on the roads fund side, and very similar to what Elmika is seeing too, is try to fill the positions, find attractive candidates, skilled candidates to fill the positions and deliver the service. Really kind of work away from the vendors. So I know there's probably lots of specific questions. You gave us a lot of questions. We gave you a lot of answers. So, Mr. Chair, if you would like, if there's a specific, division, I can bring them up. And
so what we're going to do, because we covered a lot of area with your division, with your department. So what I'm going to do is just go down the line of commissioners and ask them if they have any specific questions at this time. Okay, I'll start on the left. Commissioner Anderson.
Surprised, but I do have a couple. I just wanted to ask, is there any update? And I know the former director, we had a little brief conversation during lunch. Just wanted to confirm, because there might be someone tuning in that would like to hear this, the completion date on the Merriman Road Bridge. I know it's affecting another commissioner's area too, getting plenty of complaints about, because it's now going on 1 year and 9 months, and it should have been done about 9 months.
Yeah. So right now, tentatively, the Merriman Road Bridge is teetering on the very end of this year or the very beginning or the beginning of next year. There's a couple things they're working through right now. That timeline is a little bit changing right now, but I'm still hopeful that we're going to look at the end of this year.
Okay, that's not going to make a lot of people happy, but I know we had heard that, but anyway, okay, that's just wanted to get it out there. The other thing is, there's currently something going on Plymouth Road, on the north side of Plymouth Road, that's causing a big traffic jam on Merriman Road again, at that intersection anyway. And I think it's a utility company, that's basically keeping Plymouth Road shut down to one lane on the westbound side, and getting a lot of, in fact, the city councilwoman that I'm sitting in her seat right now just sent a message along to myself, and I think to Commissioner Marecki also, wanting to know what's going on and when is it going to end.
So I don't believe that's a Wayne County project. I believe it's a utility project over there. And we'll have to get back with you on that, because I'm not aware of what exactly
Yeah,
they're
it's
doing
a
over there.
long stretch that
Yeah.
they're working on, and it's causing major issues on Plymouth Road.
Plymouth at Merriman.
Yeah.
Or Plymouth in the Merriman area.
It's got Plymouth
Yeah.
and Merriman, part of the intersection shut down because it's on the northbound side of Merriman Road, it's blocked off. You can't even go
Okay.
further than Plymouth Road, and you at that, and then on the south end further down Merriman Road, the road's completely shut down because of the bridge. So people it's up to here in frustration level. But if you could get Scott.
I will follow up with you.
Let me know. I appreciate it. And the, South Wayne Road, there we've down to one lane in each direction. There's it is a county project, from Glenwood to Palmer Road. I was just through there yesterday, and there was no one working whatsoever. And I realized that contractors jump from one project to another, but it's been that way, I think, for several weeks now. No one
Okay,
on the job.
we've had a couple things going on, and I've fielded several questions, not about this one specific, but Allen Road, downriver, there was another one too the other day. And a couple things that weather sometimes impacts us, right? So we did have some big storms, some big heavy rains, so sometimes the job site's a little wet to work on. The other thing is that we did have the holiday recently. So they did suspend work, and that's traditional, that Friday afternoon through Tuesday morning. The other thing is that we've had at this point in a lot of the projects, they're pouring concrete. And this is probably the biggest piece of it all, is that they're doing curb work, they're raising and leveling manholes and structures inside the project. So as they do that, they'll pour the concrete in, and then they have to let it cure. And so there is a period there's traditionally no work going on. And that's really by design, so that the concrete can cure, and then they'll come back in and start, doing the remainder of the work, and maybe switch sides on the other side of the road, or et cetera. So unfortunately, I don't have a great answer for you on specifically Wayne Road, but we've seen a lot of this, and it turns out that, yes, they're working. They may be working on larger projects. They may be working farther down the road. It's true. They may have poured their concrete and jumped to another job. But they are out there working and everything. Nobody has suspended service, or, said we're pulling off a job and we're not coming back or whatnot. They are progressing, but I'll get you a follow-up on that one as well. Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Baydun.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Scott, I have a question. Again, thank you, Steve, for everything that you do. Scott, Southfield Freeway in Dearborn between, I want to say Ford Road and all the way into Allen Park. Now that's an MDOT project, I believe, correct?
Correct.
So I got a lot of calls from residents, the ramp entering off of Michigan Avenue onto the Southfield Freeway. It's in horrible condition, and they're asking me, how can they be doing the freeway and not doing the ramp? How can you answer that?
I can check with our friends at MDOT and see if they may have that in store. That may be on the docket to work on. They may be working on, section that may be phase 2 or something of their plans. But you're right, it is an MDOT jurisdiction road. But I can definitely check into that.
Scott, can I ask you to report that out at the next Public Services Committee meeting?
Sure.
Thank you. If the prerogative of the chair who's sitting right next to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Would you like all these questions?
All of them at that time. Only, at this time, you're obligated to answer budgetary questions, but any questions that warrant further review that weren't previously presented to you, please send those communications without objection to the Chair of Public Service.
Okay, so my last question, this deals with the budget, obviously. Are you prepared for the upcoming snow season? Did you buy enough salt? Do you have enough salt?
Oh, we have salt coming out our ears right now. Let me tell you about wintertime. No, from what we're hearing right now, we do think it's going to be a little bit, we're going to see more white stuff. We're going to see more snow this winter. We've kind of gotten a break over the last couple of years. And I think we're going to get a little bit more from what they're forecasting. We're going to get more of a Michigan winter than what we've had in the last couple of years. A couple of things that are going to really help us this year. First of all, even though we do have a 44-ish% vacancy rate, which we're actively filling those spots, we do have more what we call PSMWs, those are the truck drivers, available than what we've had in years past. We've done a very good job with our equipment division and our roads maintenance division in not only repairing trucks, but doing a great job at pre-tripping trucks and post-tripping trucks. And that's kind of, if you're in the trucking business, that's walking around your truck, checking some of the vital components of your vehicle, making sure that they're all functioning properly. And, we're catching some of the little things first before they become big issues, and we're getting them repaired. So that means more uptime, less time of it spent on the triage line at the shop, more uptime on the road. We've also increased, thank you to the commission, we've also purchased and continued to purchase more vehicles for our snow removal fleet. We have approximately 155 snow fighting trucks, dump trucks in our snow and ice fleet. Of those, today, I'm happy to say we have about 122 available up and running, ready for duty tomorrow if need be. That's a big change from when 2 years ago. We were in, a good day was 70, 80 trucks. We have, to give you an idea, we have 100 snow routes, 99 or 100 snow routes throughout the county. So, and we have plenty of salt. So we have, not only do we have all our barns are full, all our salt storage facilities are full, but we also have, we actually have to stockpile salt because we're required to purchase so much on our last order. So we do have stockpiles of salt, and they will be under tarp to make sure that we meet all the environmental guidelines and regulations. And in addition, we've also we had a couple of brine makers down, the liquid de-icing material. A couple of them were down last year. They have been since repaired and they are back in service. So I think we have all of them, except for we may be waiting on the parts for one, if I'm not mistaken. But yes, and we just we've just purchased a couple of new front end loaders as well. So to load the trucks. So, this is all thanks to the commission and, your cops and everybody approving us when we come to you with our needs. So, so the answer is yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Marecki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you everyone for being here. And as the chair of the Committee on Public Services, every one of you is a delight to work with, and I appreciate everything you do and all the people that work for you. And everybody's so accessible, and what you do for the county, what you do for my district, I'm just very appreciative. So my big not concern, but the project that I really want to see is the Township Road Initiative. And I've brought this up several times. So the last time Andy came in front of our group and talked about the company that the contract just went with. I'm sorry, I'm blanking.
HNTB.
Yeah. And so I know you're going out to bid for another contract, but they had given some recommendations for this program. we were told we'd hear something in a couple months, and I'm wondering if anything's moving forward on this. And I know you don't like me calling it the Township Road Initiative. I get it. As soon as you want me to call it something else, that's all good with me. But this is such a needed program with having so many townships and the commissioners having so many townships. And we're responsible for every single mile in those townships. So can you give me an update on that, especially now that we're in budget season? Because we do have monies left over from last year that.
Yeah, we do
we're
have
keeping.
money, we do have money that's budgeted for that. We continue, we plan on doing reviews, actually. They, for the new contractor, for the who was formerly HNTB. It could be HNTB again, it could be company XYZ. So we are, I believe procurement is putting together the review committee. They're reviewing that. We should, we've had a lot of focus on budget lately, obviously, and now that we're kind of moving through the last steps of budget, hopefully we'll be able to get back on track with the Township Road Initiative, and I'm fine with Township Road
Okay.
Initiative. For some,
I'll keep following
for
that.
some, it brings up just, previous program, which it will look different. The way we administer it, the way, we manage it, it will be different than what had been done in the past, so.
And I understand that. I mean, I understand, what some of the issues were, but hopefully something's in place for next season to start getting these done. There's so many of us that have HOAs that have money matches that they'd like to use, which is a win-win for the county.
Yeah.
And for them. So, okay, I just wanted to do that.
No,
Oh.
we're looking forward to working with those HOAs and those folks that,
Yes.
the townships that are ready and willing to bring money to the table and help improve, the community roads. Absolutely.
Thank you. And if you don't mind, Scott, and if the chair doesn't mind, could Steve just come up for one question? I'd
Stephen
just like-
Shea,
yeah.
come on down.
Yep, Steve's our guy.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Steve Shea, Division Director of Roads.
Well, thank you. I just wanted you to tell the commissioners, you've used a new process, I think in 2 roads so far that you're doing. Maybe you could just tell them about it and how much money it's saving on some of these projects.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, we've actually experienced with 3 different projects. One is on Eureka Road between I-275 and I believe it's Dingle Drive. It's been about 3 years now. There's a lot of ASR issues with concrete there. Originally, that road or that project needed to be removed and replaced. However, it was not in the budget. So Roads Division, along with engineering, we put together to go in there and kind of do an investigation of what the project is. So we've come up to, we removed all the bad joints. We come back, we did some renovations to it, and then we milled the concrete about 1.5 inches down, and then came back with 2.5 inches of asphalt. Thank God that's held up for the last 3 years. We haven't had any issues. Versus we were pumping, I guess Joe can really tell you on that, that we were putting in about 10 tons of coal patch literally every other day along that stretch. So we've eliminated that. The other project we also did that is on Oakman near between Michigan and Dearborn. The same issue with ASR issues and all that. So we came in, we assessed the project, and we went ahead, we removed some of the bad joints, and then we came up with 1.5 to 2 inch mill and fill.
So how much, you mentioned the savings.
Quite savings.
Yeah.
Commissioner, I don't have the figures,
Okay.
but if, you figure at least a few $1 million,
And this
versus
is
coming in with doing R&R on concrete pavement.
right. And this is a good technique. It seems to be with this ASR.
And the last one we just did here, we did that last year, was on Eureka again, between Inkster and Middle Belt. Same issue. We went ahead, we did some renovations to the joints, we removed and replaced that. we put aggregate down, we brought it to proper elevation, we milled down 1.5 inches, came back with 2.5 inches of asphalt. And so far, it's held up.
Okay, thank you. I just thought the commissioners would be interested in that, especially if there's a cost savings to
Thank you, ma'am.
keeping up the roads. So thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Commissioner Baker McCormick, and the last person we have is Commissioner, do you have a question, Commissioner Scott? Okay, okay, thank you.
I just want to say thank you.
Okay,
Commissioner,
last person.
you all know where I'm at. I'm a phone call away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Last person.
Wayne County Commissioner Monique Baker McCormick, representing Retford Township and Detroit. So you talked about the township road
Road
fund,
initiative. Yeah.
road initiative funds, and thank you for all you do. Just wanted to clarify when the plan will be available, because I think we've been asking about this for the last year or so.
We needed to develop a plan in order to allocate the funds, basically. We had a plan in place to select, or we had a contractor that we wanted to use in order to develop the plan. Because there's a lot, we didn't have a plan in the past. We had, which kind of made it problematic in the sense that just up through last year, and kind of knock on wood, we were still kind of cleaning up and, going through IGAs and, contracts that were quite frankly way beyond, when the initial work was done. So of course, the chairwoman of COPS and the chair of the commission, you do not want to see obviously contracts that are, delayed or contracts that are out of date. So we had a couple of those, and we really don't want, and basically we didn't want to make sure we had a program and a plan in place that kind of avoided what we had in the past.
Right.
And there was some confusion, I think, from some of the communities of how much money they were allocated and, how much they got to spend. And so there were a few cases that were some tough discussions of, this is what the amount you were allocated, and, you need to come up with kind of the other component of that if they overspent it. So we want to avoid that. We want to avoid that. We want to have better, selection of the projects and just kind of accounting of the projects. And so that's why we need a plan in place. The company we wanted to have perform this work was HNTB. They were our contractor at the time. It was advised to us by procurement that really needed to go out to bid. And so therefore, we had to start the RFP bid process. That's kind of where we're at.
Okay, so we're starting over, and when do you anticipate?
Well, those bids are in selection right now. So
Okay.
they are reviewed, they've already,
All right,
our procurements already have the specs out. They've closed the spec,
okay.
or the bids, and we have the bids right now in hand. They are reviewing the proposals.
And
So,
how
yeah.
much is the fund?
I believe it's 7 million that, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, because I keep getting the questions about this road initiative from Retford Township. I'm a fairly new commissioner to that community, and so I'm still kind of learning the ins and outs, and I just want to probably sit down and talk to you about
Yeah.
this at some other point. And then the other question for the process or technique that Mr. Shea just talked about, which we love you and all that you do, because you're always there for us. So I appreciate that. But Retford Township and the roads in Retford, I think we could use this process if it's saving the county money. We've been coal patching and coal patching and coal patching. Look at the roads. A lot of them are just lumpy and bumps and
Right.
of filled and then refilled. And So the question I have is this 7 million that you just talked about, I guess that will help with mediating or repairing some of
The
these?
process, Steve mentioned, specifically is for concrete roads. So, and the ASR. So I know there's a lot of asphalt roads in Redford Township, not to say that there aren't any concretes, because there's concrete roads all over the county. But in this case, what we've seen a lot of is the ASR roads, those roads, the concrete that was poured in, the late 90s, then mid 90s to 2000s-ish. Was really problematic and has deteriorated extensively, especially when it's exposed to air and water and at the joints. And so you go down, 8 Mile in Northville Township, for example, every joint is just eroded. It's gone. Where we've been able to, Eureka Road by the airport, same thing. So we were able to go through there and kind of, scrape out the bad concrete from the joint, recut it, pack it in with some new asphalt, mill it all down a couple inches, and then put a new cap on it to kind of seal it. Is it a long-term fix? Resurfacing usually isn't a long-term fix, but it'll yield 5 years or so until we have to either do it again or we have to come back and rebuild the road. But the cost of doing that, as mentioned, versus completely rebuilding the road base, including the base and everything, is usually pretty
Okay.
considerable.
Yeah, so I'm just questioning what that process looks like and the cost of it. And that's why I'm asking about the road initiative funds,
Right.
so we can try to get that project moving. The last question I'll have is in reference to the medians, Outer Drive, as well as West 6 Mile, making sure that we street sweep it first. And how many street sweepers do we have, by the way?
We have roughly 13 or 14 street sweepers, I believe.
All right. So we just talked about them starting to cut the grass in April, early April, and ending in late October. And I'm just hoping that the budget has included that span
Yeah.
for the next
So
budget
we
cycle.
have not only, as far as Outer Drive goes, we've not only put the contractors, that's a contracted service for us right now. We've not only used contractors for that, but also we've used our in-house crews to supplement what they're doing, especially like, in litter abatement, in removing the litter off the right of way before they do the mowing, so they don't make little fine pieces of litter. But yes, we continue to focus on that. We put a supervisor out there to monitor things, and they continue to focus on Outer Drive throughout all of its span, whether it's from Detroit all the way down through Redford, Dearborn, all over. So always happy to talk about Outer Drive.
Thank you. And with that, I want to thank you all for bringing all of this information to us and giving in detail explanations associated with all the activities in your department. And so we will now have received your comments, and we will deliberate over the budget. And do you have any closing comments, Mr. Director, on your first day?
It's been a very good experience, good day, and the experience of the team and the engagement with the commission has been really exciting and very promising. So ultimately, it's a good decision to come here, and thank you very much. Looking forward to a very good year, good winter season, and good construction season next year. Really looking forward to working with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. At this time, motion has been moved to pass for the day. It's been Supported. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, this item, is passed for the, day. And at this time, next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item is new business. We have none listed. Moving to item F, such other matters as may be properly submitted before the committee.
I know if not, next item.
Item G, public comments.
At this time, Madam Clerk, I would like to ask you whether or not you see any hands raised on Zoom or received any communications. And I would like to ask those individuals who are joining this meeting by Zoom, if you would like to address this committee, to please raise your hands. Madam Clerk.
There are no hands on Zoom and no emails were received.
At this time, I'd like to ask, is there anyone present in the room who would like to address this committee? Anyone present in this room who would like to address this committee? Okay, if you would, please come to the microphone, and you have 2 minutes. Madam Clerk.
Hold on to it. My name is Pamela Stopper, and I live in Plymouth Township, and I'm here because Terry Marecki, and I just want to thank the DPS Roads Division and everybody that helped me with repairing the road in front of my home, because it has been awful for a lot of years. And I've been working on trying to get it fixed, and there's a lot of good people that helped me. So I just want to thank everybody. Everyone's a blessing to me, and I love everyone. Thank you.
DPS, you hear that? Thank you. Madam Clerk, next item.
Item H, adjournment.
Motion is in order. It's been moved and supported. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the meeting